Hey there, everyone. Welcome back for day two of our Final Fantasy Materia Cup over in Portland. Got a interesting day two for us here. We'll have a top 16 cut best of three, single elimination. Be playing for those top four slots mainly for the invites. First place will get a re-round bye for Nationals, which will be coming up in about a month time frame. So we have some interesting decks that we'll be bringing y'all today. We're going to be starting with table 1, which will have Ryan Chen and Richard against each other, both on some very interesting Earth decks. Earth with some big asterisks next to it.
Yeah, we got this Earth combo deck, and we have more of a traditional mono Earth. And yeah, let's start with the mono Earth deck that went undefeated yesterday. Ryan kind of took mono Earth to a lot of tournaments last set also, and this take on it is kind of interesting. He is playing Love 6 in his deck with a couple other water cards too, right? With Warrior Light, Une, and Garnet. But also noticeably, it's with Lunafreya to combat aggro. And I think that's really interesting because I think Mono Earth's probably biggest weakness is aggro. So I wonder if this shores up a lot of the problems it has. Oh, we get the game going right now.
Absolutely, yeah. The players are just off to the races.
Yeah.
Here. So Ryan started off with a Claris, went ahead and searched up a King. I believe he got Epitaph there, or maybe it was a Kolka. Not 100% sure. But Richard, of course, on the draw, since Ryan had the higher seed, went ahead and just slammed down the turn 1 Realm into the Cleone Goblin. So saying, I don't need backups. I'm just going to try to go fast, get my combo out. You can't really interact with me through the Cleone. Pretty much Ryan's only interaction is either Titan or Leviathan on his opponent's turn. So Cleone definitely protects him from both of those. Now, an interesting line here is, Richard did dump a good amount of hand to go ahead and prepare for this combo. If I'm Ryan, do you think a Shantoto out of limit break would be good enough at this point?
Yeah, so I know that Ryan wasn't happy for this matchup. I think he mentioned we're in a chat with him in a Discord server, and I think he mentioned this was the one matchup out of the entire top 16 he didn't want to play against. And the reasoning was because he thinks he's going to have to limit break Shantoto early to have a chance.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead and just fire it off? Now, Richard can, of course, draw one card in response, get that Goblin, but that does take down the Cleone, so this leaves Ryan with the ability to at least interact if he does get a Titan or a Leviathan going forward. And that Cleone being the only Cleone in Richard's deck, he can't reset up that board state.
Right, correct.
So
also,
I think this is really good for Ryan because now that Cleone shield down, Richard has to at least be careful or cautious going forward if he ever wants to go for his combo. And if he's not going for his combo, I'm not really sure I'm crazy about the deck, right? The deck is put together for the combo.
Right. And also, it's a deck filled with a bunch of different elements, right? Like, its majority is mono Earth, but it still can be clunky if you're playing a slower game. If you're playing a slower game, I would say Ryan is favored, but we also, if we're not doing, the plan A, then you get to compare the plan Bs of the players, and I think Ryan's deck is a lot more like streamlined to consistency and doing the same thing over and over and over again, whereas Richards, it is, but only a few times. So, and it's got to get the engine rolling in the first place. And if we don't get the engine rolling in the first place, then it's going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're talking about decks that are going to top deck better, out of these two Earth decks, Ryan's deck is definitely going to be the better top deck, since Richards is a little bit more all over the place. Also, Richards not really, he's got his combo, but he doesn't really have a ton of removal or interaction in his deck. He's mostly based on his combo and protecting his stuff. So if he is not interacting, Ryan can do some very, very powerful stuff with his deck. Ooh, and I do see an Une off the top. That could be quite powerful as well, just to slow down his opponent. Tiro coming out. Probably going to get a Leo or maybe some kind of backup search here. Okay, so he says, you have a combo, I have a combo.
You love to see it.
You kind of do, absolutely. So he does have a 1 of the combo in his deck. He's got a 4 of the Emmet or 3 of the Emmet Self, but then 1 of the Hythlodius. So he does go ahead and get the Emmet Self, can tutor up the Hythlodius, maybe do the combo himself. And if he doesn't get the full combo, he could always just go for like an Ingus or something on his side, just for value.
I think that there's also some play to, if Richard doesn't go for it and have haste here, which, okay, well, do we have a, we're going to go search for, oh, we have the lightning card. Okay.
If we do have the haste. Okay.
Yeah, so I was worried if we didn't have haste,
pull off the combo,
then we could go get Une and bounce and reset it for another turn. But
all right, so Richard is spinning here. We'll get to see how good his spin is. This is definitely going to be a very defining moment for the rest of the match.
It's already good.
Hero, that's pretty good. A Warrior of Light, that's pretty good. All right, this is solid, but definitely not game breaking here. The Warrior of Light does not get to draw a card or untap due to it being a cast trigger. He will get to tutor out 2 cards out of his deck, but not having a Regis or the ability to play a Regis here to reset up the combo leaves him not in an overwhelming board state. It's definitely manageable for Ryan going forward.
Yeah, so I think what I'm actually doing at this point, if I'm Richard, is trying to grind it out. So I would probably go get another Emmet, and then assuming the Emmet's going to go get another Hythlodius, I would probably at that point get a different forward with the Tyro. I don't know, maybe an Alua for a special, maybe a Regis in case you miss it. Yeah, Montleonis is another.
Yep.
Another one.
And something to take note of, as long as Richard remembers it, he did ping the Shantoto for the 8,000, so this Warrior Light can finish off the Shantoto when it attacks to actually get that Shantoto out of play. So Ryan will be down to just 2 backups, assuming Richard remembers and pings off that Shantoto this turn, which is very relevant.
Yeah, I agree. It's really relevant. And also, just seeing the cards that Richard picked off of these 2 searchers. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I think he's trying to kind of go for exactly what you mentioned, where he's like, okay, I didn't get like the most insane combo, but I'm going to go ahead and set up for kind of like the long game here. Of course, though, a
damage on level 6.
EX burst level 6. That is very powerful. Definitely helps out Ryan a lot here. That we saw a lot of EX burst swing some of those later matches, and seeing the EX burst there is very powerful. I mean, he got to get back the Une, which then of course is very relevant for getting that Tyro out of there. Richard was happy being able to play all his colors, and that is no longer the case. That damage one, the X burst. Oh, that was rough. I feel
So
that for Richard.
I'm curious what you think in this situation. Who do you think is advantaged right now?
Until the EX burst, I actually think it was Richard, but after the EX burst, I think Ryan again.
I think it's
I think that
very
EX
close
burst
now.
alone swung it, mostly because he was able to get back the Une. If he had just had the Une in hand, still, like, I think he was fine. Getting rid of that Tyro, I think, really is going to cripple Richard. He has not a ton of fire in his deck, so, like, he had a pretty cool line of, pretty much anything else Ryan played. The demoned it and removed his break zone was in a pretty cool spot, or he had a Warrior of Light in play, had two very good attackers. But yeah, if he can't remove the Une now,
I don't know how many cards. Oh, we're checking right now. How many cards are in the break zone? But remember, Richard has.
oh,
the demon.
it looks like 8. Yeah, he can pitch the Warrior of Light, which I mean, I guess we're never playing Warrior of Light. It was only ever coming in play off of the Hythlodius. Just struggling to think of a much better option. 'Cause at this point, I don't think Demon was enough. So you would almost have to, like, Demon and then, well, he doesn't have Zac.
So this is a little bit of.
I'm trying to think of any way to kill that Une.
Well, so this Montleonis pickup from Richard, that may have been a little greedy of a choice. If we did get an Emmet here, we could have comboed again because we have the Corel in play. So
yeah,
I'm curious if we're gonna play this demon, do the break zone, and then Corel the demon instead.
Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. We absolutely have to get the demon or the Une out of play. I think Richard is in agreement. He's gonna go ahead and play out the demon. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Gonna go ahead and pop the Titan.
This is maximum punishment.
Absolutely. So now Ryan has the cards in graveyard to pull something back with Une again, and Richard paid 7 for a demon, and Ryan only paid 3 for a Titan to get it out of here. Oh my goodness, that was rough. Having the Titan there, he does play 3 of those Titans in his list, so that left him in a pretty good spot, and he made sure to get rid of that Cleone earlier on, but now that Titan has came out at the perfect time there. Alright, can you go ahead and get the Tiro back out?
This is going to be an uphill battle for Richard. That being said, Ryan's probably not going to win the game for a very long time.
Quite a while. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Ryan's probably on the build backup plan for 1 to 2 more turns.
Correct. So, this game's going to be drawn out for a while, and that'll give Richard time to rebuild. And maybe we'll definitely see another push to see the combo going. But this is looking pretty rough.
Radiant saying, I want to go for my combo.
So there's an Une in play.
I think this is probably an Ingus here.
Yeah, it's Ingus or...
or a Minfilia. I forgot he actually had a Minfilia in his list. I think that's actually even better for sure.
Yeah.
Because, as I was mentioning, that's pretty much where he wants to be for probably the next 1 to 2 turns, is just trying to develop backups so he can get to a Leo, Wool, Titus turn, and then that'll pretty much put a... Well, he can't do Titus, but Leo Wool turn, and that'll pretty much put a seal in the game. Because at that point, he'll just have amassed enough value. It is unfortunate that Ryan did lose a Mist Dragon in that exile. He will draw another one eventually, theoretically. But Mist Dragon, almost any point against Richard's deck could be pretty debilitating here as well. You know, we talk about the 3 Luminous Pumas in the deck, and he's got Montleonis and Atama in hand. A lot of cards that really rely on the break zone, and having a Mist Dragon plus, you know, like an Une could make it so he just pretty much can't play a large percentage of his cards. Alright, so we're going for another Realm. Looks like we're digging for a Goblin. Do we not have a Goblin? Oh no. I think we're out of Goblins. Yep, I thought so. So, unfortunately, only getting the 1 monster is really rough for Richard. Does get Sahagin Chief, but honestly, without a ton of other water permanents, it really is only going to ever activate on the 1 unit, and on his, you know, realm at the moment. I just don't see it being enough for him going forward for this game. Oh, gonna go ahead and pop that realm, crack in for some damage. Richard says, "You can first damage EX first. I can too."
I'm trying to look at Richard's deck here. There's not very many forwards, to be honest. There's not very many.
Yeah, I think
cards
Shadow Lord
actually
is one of the few options he has at this point. Like I said, he's got. I see 3 Luminous Pumas still in the deck, but the problem with the Luminous Puma is if Ryan draws a single Mist Dragon from this point, it'll pretty much lock him out. Paying 5 CP and then, you know, missing on a Puma effectively could be just so rough. And I definitely like this play from Ryan, knowing that, you know, this is an attrition battle and just never attacking with the Une. We're making sure to take that extra card every turn with it.
Yeah,
even though
I think
he's got tons of cards in hand, it's ideal to just make sure to keep it as topped off as much as possible.
I'm gonna assume that Ryan also has more cards in deck.
Oh yeah,
just between Realm and Richard comboing off with Emmett Hythloideus already. That's 4 cards off top of the deck.
Yep.
Lots of searching. Ryan's doing some searching too, but not as crazy as Realm and the combo, right? But in that case, Ryan could just literally just sit back and chill and wait, because his way of winning can't just be deck out.
That's true. I don't necessarily see much potential threat in him pushing for damage or going for, you know, a Warrior of Light and then pushing. But, you know, to your point, he probably does want to leave as much open as possible for responses like Titan or Mist Dragon if he does get it. So definitely don't want to leave shields down, but with 5 cards in hand and Une staying active multiple turns in a row, I don't think he's going to have any shortage of cards in hand. I can't quite see it, but I think I did get a glimpse of a Mist Dragon in his hand. And pretty much no matter what Richard goes for here, unless it's just a naked Alua, I could see Ryan go ahead and firing off that Mist Dragon.
We do have to make some play here.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what Richard can do here. Like, what's the method of him coming back?
Yeah, if you're in Richard's spot, are you thinking, are we as team 2 at this point? 'Cause that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like just conceding though. Like, if there's an out, I obviously am still playing to it. So I'm just trying. This is a good start.
Okay, I thought there was an MD in hand. There is not an MD. But there is a Titan, and he's going to go ahead and fire that off.
Are we Sahagin Chief? No, maybe?
Thinking about it. Yeah, I don't think our Sahagin Chief really gets better. So
we're going to search. So I think we're going to try to combo again. But without haste?
we could hit Alua. We have like the potential of hitting like a Puma and then having an Alua hit an Alua and then pull an Alua back from the Puma. Could gain haste after the combo. I don't know about before the combo. Alright, some damage coming across here. I do like getting in for this extra bit of damage, even though it's not like super relevant. It can just potentially add to that deck out count. Yeah, and as mentioned, Ryan just kind of leaving as much resources up as possible. Leaving the Vincent up. No reason to kind of push too fast. We know he has a Titan in hand, at least still. And technically he could fire it off twice if need be with the Une. So why are the people wearing headsets? They're wearing headsets to help make sure that they don't hear any kind of the outside feed from either the commentary or anything else. The table judge has a headset on as well and can hear us, just in case we need to relay anything to him and they don't want anything bleeding through without the headset. Right, yep, there was the Emmett, but gonna go ahead and get fired down by a Titan.
Yeah, at this rate, the combo's not even worth going for, right? Like this.
I mean, he's pretty much just hitting Pumas and a Renoa at this point.
About 10 cards left in Richard's deck, right?
Yeah, Puma, Renoa, and Regis. It looks like.
If we combo, we have to Alua in the same turn.
Yeah,
right?
I don't see an avenue for even potentially killing Ryan. If we could combo and put every card in our deck on the table right now, I still don't think we kill Ryan.
Well, the Pumas get back 2 forwards, right? Assuming no Miss Dragons still.
Assuming no Miss Dragons, yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, I think as soon as we see a single Miss Dragon, it's definitely a steal on this game. But if there is no Miss Dragon, that's you know, those Pumas can draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, I think we just obviously we're making the play regardless. I feel like
yeah,
it's the only way to win. So.
Yep. Yeah, you got to make your opponent have it. And at the moment, he does not have the Miss Dragon, so. Right, so we're gonna activate Tama. Use Tama's other ability to pull something out. Looks like Regis coming out.
I think if we asked half the people in the tournament if they knew what this Tama did, I bet they wouldn't know what it does. This is a super old school card.
Yeah, as I was mentioning to you earlier, is one of the cards that was actually in my very first Final Fantasy TCG deck. It was a Mono Earth deck. I played one of that Tama, and it was very powerful.
Yang. And what was the other card?
It was Rabon.
Rabon, yeah.
I pulled that guy out. All right, so here's the Leo. Here's the Warrior of Light. Meridian gonna go ahead and do his thing. Untap his backups. 2 CP, Ingus coming out, gonna go ahead and tutor, and it looks like Richard says, I've seen enough. Yep, you have you have shown me that you have some strength here. So, going back just real quick, I think there were two really big moments, and we'll go with three really big moments. Deciding to go with the early Shantoto, I think that was a good play on Ryan's part.
Yep.
It's definitely his deck is better at long-term grinding it. The second really big play was how good or bad Richard's top four were. They were.
I think they were just
passable.
average, right?
They were
yeah,
passable.
It wasn't
They
great,
weren't
not
terrible,
bad. Yeah, it's exactly in the middle.
There definitely could have been some improvements to them, and there definitely could have been. And then the third thing was that EX burst. That EX burst was quite devastating. Ryan was going to have to engineer some kind of combo kill to be able to get rid of the Warrior of Light. And it also got him back the Une, which then bounced the Tiro, which set Richard back a lot. Man, that first damage, Lev 6, kind of put the seal on the door, it looks like. And, okay, so it's interesting. Richard lost, and it looks like he has elected to go second here.
Yeah, I think that's the choice, because if you go for the combo on turn 1, you have enough CP. Also, we have our crystal visuals up. Ryan won game 1, so it's lit up in blue. And we're going to game 2.
Alright. Absolutely. I have an extra thing for us here. I'm just going to pop this right into the mic. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Another liquid death for the new day.
Mine's a little less exciting. I got a bottle here, not
give you a little bit of a rather than the full-on pop.
Yeah, the pop's way better.
Very satisfying. All right, so Richard looks like he's going to start out with a Kolka turn here. Kolka it looks like he has one piece of the combo in his hand. Probably just going to go ahead and tutor something else. I mean, he doesn't.
If we have, no, I'm not saying going for it's right, but if we have Emmett, I can't tell. It's one of the two. If it's Emmett, then we can go for the haste and just jam right now.
Yeah, but from the distance they look the same.
Yeah, I don't know which is which.
Okay, so he has the Emmett. He can get the Hyphlodius, and we have the Corel.
Yeah, so
Shadow Lord.
We can go for it right here. But this is also
shields down.
Play. Yeah.
Yeah, like if Ryan has a Titan here. We do also know Ryan did elect to go for a Shantoto backup, so he does have that. But we are a combo deck, and we say we're going to go for it. So Richard's spinning here, and we'll see how good this spin will work for him.
So here we kind of want backups.
Cards
like Materia, Vanille,
and probably a Regis.
Yeah, if
like,
we could get
the
like
only board we want
is
Regis. So we can force Ryan into. Okay, this is very passable. 2 forwards, which will get us 2 monsters, and then 3 searches. So
yeah, Ryan's probably gonna have to Shantoto this.
Yep.
Now it might even be LB Shantoto, to be honest.
Yeah, now to get rid of the monsters as well.
Oh, Chief. Okay, that might make him not LB Shantoto.
I do like the option for getting the Chief here, knowing that the bigger threat is going to be one of the Shantotos rather than necessarily a.
Okay, so we can Regis now. We can play the Regis. Like, so if we bounce one of these forwards with Sagan Chief, play the Regis, revive the 2.
First damage EX, not nearly as devastating as last game, but still quite a good time and EX.
Yeah, if Richard wants to go for it again, we can spin the wheel again. But
absolutely,
there's before we didn't have to play around Miss Dragon. If Miss Dragon happens, That's really not great. But yeah, we can bounce the realm or warrior light.
I think if we were going to do that, we do it pre-combat, right? In case we hit like a Lua Puma.
Maybe.
Well, although I think we're really setting ourselves up to get Shantoto to that point.
Yeah, we're passing the turn. Okay. I can see it both ways.
Yeah,
Like,
I think the Warrior Light.
A turn.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the Warrior Light alone is really going to press Ryan into probably firing off the Shantoto backup. It's not mandatory, but it is probably one of his cleanest answers for the card. It is still a 10k. Most of his stuff, Titan only hitting for 9, Genova hitting for 8, Emmett Selk hitting for 8, so he would have to engineer some kind of combo kill.
So I do want
to his own Warrior of Light.
Yeah, there's the Shantoto. No chief, right? Or are we chiefing the realm?
I almost want to chief the Warrior of Light just so I have colors, but nope, we are gonna chief the realm. Okay, don't hate it.
So I wanted to point this out. All of those permanents, the 6 that were in play, that was all on turn 1.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Richard had 2 cards.
It was very strong.
Yeah, that's just the power of this deck when there's no interaction on turn 1.
And that was definitely above the hit that he hit yesterday that we saw.
Yeah.
Or in game 1 that we saw.
Well, like the Cindy gets you 2 cards, the Realm gets you 2 cards. So, you know, they're both.
The Warrior Light's just a threat.
Yeah. All the backups that search are just like really strong in this scenario.
So this is a very interesting spot now. So now that Shantoto's out, Richard doesn't have to be worried about that Shantoto limit break. So gonna opt for the Cleone, has 2 goblins. Now if he can set up a combo for next turn, Varian won't have a way of getting through. Although he technically has enough summons to play, I don't know if he wants to sit there and leave all that up. Yep, gonna opt for a Minfilia. Probably not gonna play it and kill the realm yet. So I do know he has a Titan in hand. Maybe he is? Oh.
Discarded the Titan.
Yep.
It's probably because the Cleone's in play. I mean, we can't.
Yeah, we can't summon, cancel it anyways.
Does Ryan have an EOX death? I don't think so. He has 1. Okay.
He has 1 in his list, yeah.
Okay, but it's pretty far away. It's just we can't limit break Shantoto this game right now because the backup's in play.
Because of the Shantoto. Exactly.
So that's the only way to break his own backup. Sadly, he's not packing his Heck 3s this weekend, you know. But yeah.
All right, and here we go. And there's very little Ryan can do to this. So it's really going to be up to how good Richard's combo hit ends up being here. So we're about to see it pop off again. And he does have a Regis in hand already. So he's ready to combo a full 2 times. Just assuming he has any waters or lightning CP off of this hit. Which, I mean, we'll see. Oh, there's part of it. Lunafreya, draw 2 cards. Puma, that'll help guarantee it. And a Regis all by himself, so he doesn't even have to worry about getting the 1 from hand. So that will pull back the 1.
All right, here we go.
And then Puma. I gotta think Puma's pulling back in a Lua here. Potentially setting up the 1-turn kill. Yep. And then
Ryan's only bursts in combat are lev 6s. So as long as we have enough attackers, That won't be a problem.
1 and 2 lev 6s are already out of the deck. Yeah, I think the Regis does put them back in play, correct? Yeah. So the
Yes,
Hypolodius should be in play.
Yes, it should.
Saving Richard a little bit of CP there. A lot of triggers, a lot of stuff happening all at once, but easy fix on that one. Yep. So there goes the Goblin. Draw. We're gonna go ahead, activate, shuffle up, and spin.
Noah.
So that will give him another spin as well. I think there's another Goblin still in the deck, unless he has it in hand.
Lua also activates your forwards when you special, so.
So the dulling from Alua or from Renoa does not matter. Yeah.
Sam, look. you know I like what's going
right
on
now?
here. There's a double Puma in play. I can't be happier. Yeah. Actually, there's one way to be happier, and that's if there is also a Verse Tail in play, but that's not going to happen.
Okay, Renoa. Okay, go ahead. Pull them both back. Realm. And go ahead, search. There's a Corel there. Now, is there also a Goblin?
I don't think there's any 1 CPs.
Nope, that's perfectly fine though. Looks like he's looking over his deck, making sure he knows everything's still in there.
I think he's wondering if he should.
There's the Hypolodius, or the Emmet search. Get an Ingus. All right, and this board state is getting messy, unfortunately. Yeah. But that is what is going to happen. Yep, sorting out our monsters versus forwards. I guess we're probably spinning again here, and then put out as much as we can in a Lua special.
We may not need to spin again. If we have the Alua special already, then...
I know we have the Alua. I think I saw 2 Aluas still in the deck.
In the deck? Okay, that could be the problem.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at.
Because right here,
This pretty much gives us a very good chance of hitting Alua.
Can we flicker this Regis again? Because if not, we just went down 2 forwards.
It's okay. We hit the Alua. And the Tama will come in and pull one of them right back.
Okay, there we go.
So this pulls in a 5 or less. So, yep, it'll just be another Emmet. He gets to search again. I don't even know how many more targets we have, but...
Yeah, we get an Emmet search and a Tyro search.
And the Tyro search as well. I think he missed the Tyro search.
No, he missed the Emmet search.
Oh, no, okay.
I think it's failed to find.
Yeah, we definitely have a critical mass. So probably going to go ahead, drop out, could drop an Ingus, drop out Hypolodius. Yeah, just dropping out something. Definitely going to go ahead and give everybody haste. If you're Ryan Chen, you have a lot of time to think about what you're going to try to do different next game.
Yeah, so
see if there is some kind of different route to victory.
The one turn I feel like that was critical was, the Shantoto, right? On turn 2.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Could Ryan have won if he chose not to Shantoto? I think that's the only thing that he maybe has to think over. I think all of his plays were very solid, though.
And that was definitely more than enough cards to get through the last Leviathan EX burst. The only way Ryan has to not die there was definitely more than enough attackers. Richard definitely giving us a show there on what that deck can really do, and that was going second and popping off and then getting board wiped and then just doing it again. I mean, what was that? Turn 4? Turn 5?
Like winning the game, yeah, like turn 4, turn 5, yeah. So I will also
that was through the Shantoto, through the Titan interaction that you did have later.
Yeah. So a few things to point out here. Richard went for it on turn 1 with there was risk involved, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. If Ryan had interaction, the game was probably just over. Also, even with all that in mind, it's Ryan, for anyone in chat, it's roughly, if you're mulliganing for a card, it's a 50% chance to hit it if you have 3 of it and your top 10-ish cards. So, in theory, Ryan going first, he has a 50% chance to have the Titan. Richard's probably highest win rate percentage is probably still to go for it on turn 1, in my opinion. Now, the exception to that is if you want to slow down and play Realm for Cleon first, but then Ryan's probably wanting that to happen because he's going to Shantoto Limit Break again, right? So
absolutely.
So
which
I think
is what it looks like we're going for this game 3. It didn't work out great for Richard game 1. We'll see if he has a different plan for game 3, or if I'm Richard, one thing I could do is you play out the Realm and then you try a combo immediately
in the same turn.
Yeah.
I think that's the actual solution to success here. But I haven't done the math yet. I don't. What's the? I wonder how many cards you have to do all of
that. So he needs
Ryan,
2, and then what?
Ryan discarded a Titan.
He did. He does have a Mist Dragon still in hand. I mean, I assume since he had seen that Richard went for the Realm, he just assumes that the Titan's going to be dead, or he has a second Titan in hand.
Also, Cleon isn't always like a full failsafe either. I mean, in this case it is because Ryan has 3 cards. But like, there's also scenarios where Ryan can cast like Kusith and then Titan.
Crack
it,
what I mean? And then still get in. Yeah, so if we don't combo this turn, I don't know if I really like getting this board state. If we do, I don't know if we have enough cards in hand, right? He's got, passing here. This is just the most straightforward Shantoto. If I'm Ryan, I think.
Yeah, LB Shantoto. Yeah, if you have 5 cards in your hand, you're able to go for it. I think there's 4.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right play by Richard. I think he really needed to wait another turn.
Yeah, so this is going to be very similar to the first game.
Yep. So he's going to be able to draw the 1 card, but he loses the Realm and Cleon. Realm Cleon being down. Now all Ryan has to do is get a Titan back into hand.
Okay, well, we got a Corel.
And he does have a Mist Dragon already in hand.
Okay, this has to be the go-off turn. I think we can. Because we drew into the Corel.
Okay.
So...
And unfortunately, Ryan only has 2 cards in hand, so even though he has
this
Mist
is
Dragon,
the turn.
He can't fire it off. This could be pretty big if this works out here.
We had to go off this turn, or else it was probably looking pretty grim.
Very, very bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this was. It looks like we might be in there.
Yeah, and I will say too that like Ryan being on 3 backups this early, like it's not over by any means. It's This is also kind of, and Ryan's going to be a little upset. This is still going to happen. It's going to pop off, but it's not completely over. Ryan's still partially set up, and the game's still going to be played, unless we get OTK'd, of course.
Yep. We're going to see how deep this combo can go right here. So nice thing about the
Oh, we have the jellyfish. Okay, I did not see the jellyfish.
nice thing about the Alua is if he does end up getting enough guys in play off of these hits, the Alua special will finish off the Shantoto.
Yeah, true.
Oh, one miss, but 3 hits, all backups. I don't know if he can tutor a Regis and get a lightning card back and then probably play out the Regis. We need another haster still, though. Don't know if we're getting enough cards to be able to do everything. We can get back the Corral that we pitched as well, but then we're pretty tight on Lightning Seed.
Interesting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If we pop the Puma, 5 cards.
And then
if there's a
we only
Regis in
have
the break
one in
zone,
hand right now.
Well, we can search for Regis.
We can search for the Regis and get the lightning cards. Okay, he's actually picking up the
if he picks
combo.
them up, he can't revive them. We need to search for the Tyro. We haven't searched yet, right?
Correct, yes. The
Is
search.
Tyro searching?
Yeah, we need the Tyros.
I guess is Tyro a May? You could decline the search if it's a May.
Oh.
If it's a May, then
Oh,
choose
that's
not to.
very rough. Yeah, he
Yeah.
could have gotten.
Oh wow.
I think he may have just forgotten that he got the Tyro off of it. His deck does have a lot of moving pieces. That's very rough for Richard. It looks like Viridian just went ahead and drew and passed. Has the Mist Dragon in hand. So I think that could have left Richard in like an insanely good spot. Definitely could have gotten the combo at least in play again. The question is whether he could have hasted and gone ahead and activated that turn as well. God, he's probably kicking himself over that one. That's quite rough.
Yeah, we could have kept spinning the wheel there.
Which, as a combo player, that's all we want to do.
Yeah, true.
Life. Sometimes
Also,
to our own detriment.
That was the turn we needed to go off because Ryan had just 2 cards in hand, right? We couldn't.
Yeah, no interaction.
But now we have access to everything.
Yeah.
Summons. So.
And Ryan for sure has a Mist Dragon in hand. If he gets anything else going, could be even worse. It does look like Richard had forgotten to activate the Tiro effect. Just kind of forgot it came in that turn. Yep. Yep.
All right.
Now, here's the problem. Even if we hit the Regis off the top here, it's getting this dragon. Yep.
Yeah.
We did not hit the Regis. We do get a Kolka, and looks like a Hythlodius. And another haste enabler, plus the Alua. It was really unfortunate because on that other turn he could have. I keep thinking of what it could have been. What it could have been.
Yeah. And look, mistakes happen. Things happen.
Absolutely.
That is also a benefit to making sure you know 100% what's going on. You know when you're playing a card or a deck like this where you're putting a lot of cards into play. Um, there are some other decks from other games that I can think of.
Keeping a very organized board.
Very
state.
organized, knowing what can attack,
just
can't
come
attack.
It's very similar to like I recall playing Dredge and Magic, making sure that you line up.
Is one for me.
Yeah, so you can pull out each individual one, or we have a very prominent elf combo player in my local scene, and he's very meticulous on how he activates things. And he'll turn his Wirewood symbiotes upside down to signify they've been activated. Sometimes they come into play and then they go. And they come into play and then they go. You gotta know exactly where you're at. But we are spinning the wheel again. Ryan's still with only a Mist Dragon. So not a ton of options here. All right, so here is where we're probably going to see this Mist Dragon get fired off. The Alua, of course, fails. Montleonis is going to target something. Renoa is probably going to target the Montleonis.
And then Renoa doesn't get something back. Yeah, Renoa doesn't get dull.
No, the target will. Now, if I am Richard, I think the first thing... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Cleon's already gone. Yep. So that's just going to get hit. The Renoa target the Mont, nothing to pull back twice, and then the Realm is going to activate. This is pretty much exactly how Viridian would have dreamed it up to have happen. Now this is still a little bit of a board state to deal with, but it's quite manageable.
I don't know if it's the case still. I could have swore at the very beginning of the game, Ryan had Shantato backup in his hand.
He did, yes.
Okay, there's a chance that we just chump block with this Shantato and then backup Shantato now.
I believe the backup Shantato did get pitched at some point.
I wasn't sure if it got pitched.
It may still be the fourth card in hand. He may be hiding it back there.
I'm just looking at Richard here. He's thinking it's kind of the now what face,
Yep.
What do I do from here? I totally, I totally feel that. We've done our thing.
We tried to combo. We got disrupted. We had some issues. All was not according to plan. So we're gonna go ahead, pop in for 1 damage, and just pass turn. I don't know if I'm crazy about popping for the 1 damage there. Although, I guess if we have another way of getting the Shantato out of the way, we could potentially push for lethal for this next turn. Now, Ryan's definitely not out of the woods.
No, we got 4 forwards.
Definitely still... Yeah,
and 2 ways to get 4 taste.
Absolutely.
So this is still winnable on Richard's side. Richard also does have surges and limit break, so surges dole something, give it haste. The thing. Play a little Leela, give it haste. Cloud, all these things can push things out of the way. Price of freedom playing shirt sets the mood. The price of freedom is steep, bro. Start quoting some Genesis quotes here. The gift of the goddess. Yada yada. I don't know.
You're just gonna quote all of Loveless.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I think if Ryan's sitting here in the tank, I think he's also worried about dying. I think that's the big thing. I do see an Une in hand, and I think that's what's going to be played. But I'm also curious what's going to get bounced.
Oh, so we have a Polka gonna come in, probably remove off, I don't know, the Mont? Doesn't really matter, as long as it's not the Alua target.
Oh, if we discard the Warrior Light, can we cast the unit?
I don't believe so. That's
Okay,
our
so
water.
7k the Realm.
Okay, so we're gonna go Ingus.
I think we're gonna search the last Warrior. Oh, Genova. That's interesting. Okay. Brian's playing for the long game here. Now, I don't know if there's a way for Richard to win outside of another haste for like an Alua special. Yeah, I'm looking at Richard again. It's like it's that same.
How do I get
You
through this
know,
board? Yeah.
Yeah, and it is
So
possible.
this is why I kind of wanted to still have the jellyfish up, because getting rid of one of these guys is a little easier than getting rid of two of them.
Yeah,
but
it's just like a situation. The game's not over. Like the game is still in reach. It's just what do I do?
oh
here?
yeah, speaking of getting rid of one guy, Surgus coming out. See, if he had the jellyfish, he'd pump in for 3 here rather than just the 1 from that other turn.
I didn't catch it, but are the other 2 Aluas removed?
I believe
Or
so. Yeah,
you think so? Okay.
90% sure both other Aluas are gone.
Okay. I'm just trying to think what we could do here.
And yep, we did confirm both Aluas are gone. Just as a side note, we do have some updates from our other games as well. While we are waiting for Richard to make his play here, Jeff Curran has beat Moon at table 6. Matthew Highline beat Alexander at table 5, and Milo has defeated Joseph. So that's 1 Turbo Chaos. Matthew Highline on Water Lightning, and then Milo. Paul. Who's Milo on? Who was the Ice player? No. He was the Earth Water Shark. Yep. So Jeff, Milo, and Matt all improving to top 8. Congrats to them on their games.
Now, Richard Dolan Shantoto, I think, completely understands. You know, don't leave that Shantoto in play. Do not get rid of it, because the backup Shantoto at this point is game over. So we also don't have to necessarily win immediately, but we also do know Ryan has Genova, so 8K to the board is probably also game over. So we have to be very careful here. We don't have unlimited time.
That's true. Yeah, I definitely do like him. Go ahead and pressing for damage. He does have the Corel on board to potentially, pump over the size of the Ingus and give first strike if need be. So I think this is where he kind of has to be. Yep. Ryan's gonna offer the Ingus. Unfortunately, this is kind of the line Richard has put himself in. This guy go ahead and pump. This probably, if I'm Richard, I'm inclined now to pop my Goblin to get Surge's damage in as well after I attack with the Granoa.
Trying to look at Ryan's hand. I don't think he has the 5th backup yet.
So we're popping the Goblin before we attack the Granoa. I think I would get the attack in with the Granoa first. Oh, unfortunate. Tiro EX. Pretty helpful here. You're probably going to go ahead and just get another Ingus. Oh, I see a Neo X Death got pulled to the front. Okay, he did decline. For the Neo X Death, going for the Emmet Selk. Just going to try to play a relatively fair game in attacking the board, rather than just going for the full board wipe. I think that's perfectly fine from the position he's in, and just leaving the Shantoto out.
Was Corel popped during combat? It was, right? Like we attacked, they blocked, and then
correct.
Corel, yeah, okay. Just making sure.
Yep. Gonna go ahead and get that 5th backup now, and probably gonna go ahead and see it played. Have Emmett trigger, get something out of the way. Going to get back an Ingus and probably a Leo if I just play them both. Have all the blockers. Definitely an option. I think we're doing Mont math, counting our permanents in play. Emmett is going to probably take down the Mont or the Surges. Mont. Yep, solid pick.
I don't know if it'll matter, but we also need to remember Mont saves a point of damage, so if Ryan does attack,
absolutely,
damage will not be taken.
Yeah, I think someone in chat asked why no attack with Renoa. I'm not sure. I think that was just missed. And oh, yep, that'll definitely clear it up. Gonna go ahead, Mont, pull out the Genova, has its 5th backup, clears the board. We did remember the Mont trigger, so no damage happening here.
Ryan still has a Leo in hand too, if I recall. So
yes,
Titus is the
Titus isn't an option because
the
Toto.
My bad.
Yeah. We only saw one limit break card, but it played next to all of our other limit break plans.
Yeah, you're correct. Okay, we got a board wipe back.
All right, Matoya, one we definitely don't see too terribly often. Now, I would definitely be kind of curious on deck count. I gotta assume Ryan's up by a lot. There is only 10 minutes left in round for the stream. Oh, actually 8 now. So, if we're going to deck count, we definitely have to make sure that our pace of play is kept reasonable. Alright, so it's a naked Mott coming out here. No abilities, really. This guy's just got brave, but Varian says I'll get rid of that as well. It's another big Genova. Alright, once again, Richard just kind of staring at his hand. Yeah, a rough spot. Just trying to think of his outs.
Yeah, the strengths of this combo deck is in the early game for sure. Once we get to this late game, there's a lot of what's that gif? You know, the steering wheel going all over the place. You know, just
Yeah.
rocking and
Yeah, we've definitely gone off the reservation for what we want this deck to do at this point in the game. He does have a Maw in hand. He can cast that for 7 at the moment. That is an option. I see a Cindy and something else in hand. That's pretty much where our options are, is either Limit Break or Mont Leonis. Players are getting quite low on time here, though. Alright, elects just a pass. Decided there was not anything worth Mont Leonising. Alright, Kusith getting a Warrior of Light. We know what that means. Leo, Warrior of Light. We're going to do Warrior of Light things. Draw our card, and we're going to go ahead and crash in for some damage here. Yep. Ryan has a lot of cards in hand still. He had a Mont Leonis. He could have played that out. I'm surprised he didn't elect to kind of get more on the board. With the Materia gone, there's not much else that Richard can do. I think he should have just gone ahead and gotten the Mont Leonis out. Definitely he was playing for time here, but paying 3 CP for the Mont, get something back, just to make it so he could threaten lethal this next turn.
The only thing I can think of, which I can't recall if I've seen, is something like Demon, Give It Haste, Attack. As a board wipe.
Well, speaking of, here's
there
the
we go.
Demon. This is the first half of that. And it looks like we have a response. So this is a fair reason why he did not want to go ahead. Wait, do we have water for this Leviathan?
Leo.
Oh, we have a Leo in play. Yeah. That's pretty good. Alright. Our break zone does get removed, but we got an Une back. Okay. This is a fair reason to have left up our cards.
Which is funny because we can't currently play the Une, but I guess it won't matter. We got a card back, that's what matters.
Yeah.
And that's deck out.
Yep.
I see.
So, didn't really need to go for all those points of damage, just needed to make sure Richard kind of ran out of deck. And that will give it to Ryan Chen. Some interesting points throughout that match. Absolutely. Especially that game 3. I can't help but wonder what if Richard had not missed that Tiro trigger. The Tiro trigger takes it down. Maybe gets while the shields are down, gets the Regis, gets it going. If we can activate and get another spin, that could have been a very different game.
Yeah. I mean, we obviously will never really know, right? Because it's the top 4 cards of the deck. But so, at bare minimum, it's Regis for another spin. Yeah. We just don't know what that's supposed to be.
Yeah, one of the big things just in general with a deck like this, with combo decks, making sure that you're triggering, each individual one. Technically, the way that you need to get these is you need to declare all those triggers when they all come out, say which one's doing where, and in what order. So making sure that you're really on top of that. Richard, I'm sure, is pretty experienced with the deck, but a lot of moving pieces is a tough thing to do. It's definitely not something you just want to, pick up, willy-nilly and not really go into the deep depths of it. Both of us, pretty proficient combo players.
Yeah.
But I mean, it still happens where you're gonna drop the ball here or there on something. There's always some little tweak that you can do, but especially for the Emmet combo, I would be a big fan of making sure that I kind of stack those 4 permanents that are coming into play, making sure that we're resolving them kind of as I move them into the correct zones.
Yeah, like I don't like bringing up other card games very much because this is a Final Fantasy stream, right? But we also don't have very many combo decks in Final Fantasy. They're very memorable when they come out, right? Because a lot of times they just get banned out, right? So, but
Oh, this one's already in the crosshairs. I'm sure Kageyama's on watch with the sniper.
I mean, yeah, to make sure. I mean, if it gets broken, if it becomes too good, then yeah, sure. But it's one of those things of like, in certain games, you know, combo decks require certain things, and the way we were talking a little bit about it with Magic earlier, and Elves was like, you know, that deck says, oh, this card could be once per turn with Wirewood Symbiote, or you know, doling 3 elves with Nettle or with Heritage Druid. And then it's like, well, when you're untapping and tapping things over and over, sometimes you don't know what can attack and what can't attack. So setting those aside so you know which ones can and can't matters. And then there was another, dare I say, the new like Nadu deck.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about a complicated combo deck where you really need to make sure that you dotted all your I's,
all your
crossed your
yeah.
T's. You really need to be on top of that stuff. And I mean, them at Celt combo is definitely not as complicated as Nadu, but there's definitely some stuff that you need to make sure that was going on. But one of the things that some of the people in chat correctly pointed out is one of the emits. So I think we had 3 emits in the combo turn, in our second combo turn, right? And one of those emits came into play, or the Hythlodius came into play off of one of the combos, so it didn't trigger the emit, but we had 2 other emits come into play and then a Hythlodius after. So technically, Ryan only had the 1 forward in play as a mandatory effect, would have dealt the 8,000 damage to it, to the Shantoto twice.
Yeah.
Definitely could have changed up the game. I honestly think it would have changed the game to Viridian's favor, because he then would have been able to play the 7 Toto that he was in his hand. But it definitely is something that, you know, just with a lot of moving pieces, unfortunately, things got missed. We did notice that one a little too late to be able to rewind that situation. But luckily we were able to catch most everything else.
It is also, you know, on both players to remember, right? And
Absolutely.
There was, look, I mean, we can all agree there was a lot going on, right? There was a lot going on.
Yeah.
So that being said, the cleaner the game state is, and the cleaner that the players play, the more likely it is to catch those kinds of things. So like less shortcutting, things like that, right? But I think, I guess my piece of advice is just like with combo decks, you know, make sure you know all the moving parts and what's going on and what can attack, what can't attack. Things like that can be very important. Or even if it's can attack or can't attack, it's what came into play this turn, what didn't come, especially like Regis, right? What died this turn, what didn't die this turn. All of that matters. So keeping all of that straight and organized, just to keep it clear, so you know there's no questions brought up later. That's a big deal.
I do think Richard for that is, you know, like it is everything else in the deck. You know, making sure that you have a reasonable board state so you can keep it all organized and get going.
Yeah, I do think Richard kept a lot of it organized for certain with the main combo pieces and what the deck was doing. So I'm pretty thankful for that. But it's
Absolutely.
Also, you know, the Tyro thing that was game changing, right?
Absolutely.
It was a big deal. So
yeah, I will definitely be thinking what could have been.
Yeah.
So we had two really big points of those games. You know, one being that Lev 6 game 1 too was just absolutely backbreaking. Definitely gave Viridian a lot of extra time.
So what next? What are your thoughts on this entire That round was crazy. I'm glad we got to
The
watch that
round was
round.
crazy, and I'm sad it's gone. I want it back. I want to watch more Emmett Self combo. I honestly just want to leave the stream. I was gonna shut it down. I'm just gonna go build the deck, and I'm just gonna go play it with some locals right now.
You know, something that, yeah, I know, right? Something that Richard did that impressed me. I think it was both. What was it, game 1 and 3? I think it was game 1 and 3. Ryan had Shantoto limit breaked and then went for the combo and had haste, like both times. So Ryan, you know, cleared the board of monsters, and then Richard still did their thing. Now, again, if there was like interaction or whatever, that would have been unfortunate, but there wasn't. And still being able to combo off is kind of a big feat. And that's kind of eye-opening to me as a combo player, that, you know, if somebody's kind of making, like, doing a threatening play toward your deck and you're still able to go off, that's resiliency to me. So I'm a big fan of being able to still do that and see that happening.
Absolutely.
Just like you said, you know, I'm ready to build this deck, and you know, it's so funny because at the beginning of the tournament, I wasn't a believer of this deck, and I'm becoming a believer. It's pretty cool. Now there are, you know, hard counters to the deck, I feel like, that exist, but you're also, people are going to have to play them, you know. And the tournament I'm mostly worried about here is Nationals. Are people really going to play the hard counters in 2-deck format? I don't know.
Yep. I mean, it definitely reminds me of a lot, to an extent, of playing like Megisa, where it's, you know, it is kind of an all-in combo, but it still has like some long-term scrappiness. Hunter Nance and you, of course, are, you know, I don't know if you kind of agree. You've definitely played Megisa more than most. Would you say there's some similarities there?
Yes, except the curve is lower and Megisa's mostly a monocolor deck.
Yeah. I mean, those are both benefits to Megisa's side,
Yeah.
but I do think the high end on this deck may be a little higher than Megisa's.
Yes. Well, okay. Well, I guess the exception is Axstar, because Axstar is a crazy card. But...
Well, Axstar reads 3 CP, but he plays like a 20 CP card or something.
Yes. Yeah.
He gains like plus 5 CP for every ability he has. He has 3 abilities, so he's like 18 CP. Yeah. So we should be at time in round. For those asking, we are waiting for one match result still.
Oh man. All right. I'm gonna entertain this question. KP, why is your hair not styled? I'm in the process of moving. This is my new place, and
look how well he got situated. I saw this place like a day or so ago, and it was just like, it was an empty room, and this man's been working hard situating himself.
Yeah, I'm exhausted, bro. all I got left are a lot of the big stuff. Those shelves back there, they luckily came apart. That was actually not fun, because for a lot of reasons it was not fun. Put them back together. I put them back together too, like inward, and so when I tried to actually put the shelves back in, it wouldn't fit. So I had to like take out the nails and redo it again. And that was, yeah, you know, skill issue, as we all call it, you know. But can 1 CP Leo work with Lunafreya? I'm assuming that question is the water Leo? Maybe? But what do you think, Sam? I know you like playing Leo.
Like, I assume we're talking about EX Lunafreya, right?
No, the limit break.
Yeah, that's what I meant. EX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have Thornton, you have Lev 6. Are you playing anything else?
I think it helps, but I
you have Walker,
I feel like if I'm playing Leo, I'm playing itself first right now.
You're
If I'm
playing
looking
what?
at a combo deck that's
Oh,
going to be
MSL.
playing
Okay,
those
sure.
type of things, I'm going to be playing them itself rather than Leo at the moment.
I think my issue with Leo isn't getting numbers 1 through 6. It's surviving, and also are the payoffs worth it? And I feel like when Leo was a popular deck, what, a year ago or so, maybe a year and a half ago, it was because cards like Theodore and Sephiroth and 9 CP Lev were very good payoffs. Even Thancred were really good payoffs because the game was a lot slower and we didn't have limit break. So with that in mind, it's like, you know, cards like Sephiroth and Theodore aren't as good anymore because people can draw their cards and play them literally because limit break existing. So it's, and also the curve of the game has gotten way lower. So
Yeah, I think I just want stuff
you can
that
still play.
comes in, draws me back cards, and turns sideways.
Yeah,
as much as possible.
like I bet Lev 9's still good, but I don't know what to replace Theodore and Sephiroth with. I don't know. Demon's okay.
And Theodore may be viable just due to the fact that
Haste.
he can gain haste, but
Yeah,
I don't know if I really am that excited. I'm definitely not that excited for stuff right now. Can I explain why I am your favorite person to a Brian Burgundy? I don't know. I wanted to see him right after his Gen Con trip. It was almost going to happen. I was going to be able to steal Brian for a night.
we got the bracket up.
If he got stuck in Atlanta, but unfortunately he decided he wanted to go home after being gone for forever and not miss his flight. But, glad he did get back home safe and sound. So we are waiting on the final round. Justin versus Sam. That is the last one we're waiting on. Ryan Chen, as we saw, took it down. Marcus over Angelo. Matthew Highline, as we mentioned. Will Coghill did take it down from Sergio Garcia. An F in chat for my boy Sergio Garcia, good friend. Sad that got taken down, but it is a rough matchup there. Knights versus 4-color Wool. Milo Mosquera did go ahead and get the qualification over Joseph Miner, and Julian and Jeff Caron also in our top 8. So let's quick talk about the decks that lost, right? So we got
Okay, sure.
Emmett that lost. We've got Angelo was on, I believe, Water Lightning. Yep. So we have Emmett, Water Lightning. Alexander Noel was on Ice Lightning? Yeah, Ice Lightning turns. Yep. So Joseph was on Water Lightning, so 2 Water Lightnings down. And Catherine was on Knights. Moon was on Mono Ice. So Ice Lightning, Water Lightning, Knights. 4-color Wool were our takedowns so far, and then the Emmett combo, and then whoever loses between Sam Prime and Justin. But now we can talk about the matchups that we have coming up. So for sure we have Marcus versus Matthew. So Water Lightning, the one surviving Water Lightning player, versus Marcus, who is on Water Fire. This is the Warrior version? Yeah. So Water Fire, a little less EX burst, but a little bit more Warrior tribal. So Water Fire versus Water Lightning. Who's where are you placing your bets?
I'm trying to pull up. There's Matthew. Okay, I was trying to pull up the deck list.
Yeah. So we've got Tyvus Warriors versus Water Lightning.
This is very interesting. So I think there's gonna be a lot of variance in that matchup.
There's some very pivotal cards.
There's also a lot of bursts in both decks. There's a lot of bursts.
Surprisingly, the Water Lightning actually is higher on burst count.
Yeah. So like the warrior deck is playing. So it's a fire water deck, but it's playing Axstar and Fire Wednesday. So that's interesting. It's also playing. So I think Cyan is also pretty big because doing the crystal board wipe can be backbreaking for the water lightning deck. Now you can like Kuchulain or kill it in response, right? But like a board wipe's pretty big, whereas like the water lightning deck doesn't have a board wipe. It has a lot of 1-for-1 removal, but not a board wipe.
Yeah.
I actually don't know what I would favor. Now I would say that I think the fire water deck is more of the control matchup, like the control player.
Yeah.
And I think the water lightning player is the aggro player. But
I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah.
I
I think the water lightning player. I think it's going to come down to if he can get a good cipher turn in play and maybe stick the cipher for a turn or two.
And then, okay, so we have in the other, let's see, we have Julian and Jeff. What is Julian on? Let me look. So Jeff, I think, is on
Turbo Chaos.
And yep. Fire Water again.
Yep.
This one is
Julian's on a slightly different Fire Water. Is a little EX burst heavier. He's playing Axstar, just like the other one, but a different Axstar. Playing the EX burst Axstar. Yep. So
with FFBE, I'm looking for FFBE counts here. Characters. Axstar is the only forward.
But a very relevant thing is against that turbo deck, right? Having this many bursts could definitely put a damper in Jeff's game plan. This is actually probably one of his worst matchups.
All right, looks like it got updated and Sam won.
Sam has taken it down. So it'll be Sam Prime versus Ryan Chen at table fly.
I want to take a screenshot of this real quick because I want to check some national invite thing.
So Milo is qualified, Will is qualified, Ryan and Sam are qualified. I believe that's it. There may be a fifth. So interestingly enough, everyone in that entire top half of the bracket.
Okay.
Someone's saying Matthew is qualified as well. Matthew Highline.
Yes, he got 6 at Lone Star.
Perfect. So, yep, so that'll be 5. So, at the moment...
Is Julian qualified? I'm not sure.
I did not see Julian, and I know Jeff is not.
I don't think Julian is either.
Okay.
So I think that means it passes down to 9th, which I think is Sergio. I think, right?
Okay, yeah. That sounds correct to me at the moment. So you do not necessarily need to be in top 8 to get a pass down.
They pass down as far as possible.
Yep, absolutely.
There could be 12 people with an invite and 4 without in top 16, and then, you know.
Sergio does not have his invite yet.
Correct.
Yep.
Sergio,
Bravo
Florida,
does. Yes. Sergio Garcia, however, has not claimed it, but it's seeming like, you know, I definitely won't be counting anything until the ink is dry, but
the Elite Four isn't supposed to go against each other. I'm assuming this person means the top 4 people up here. Well, they're on opposite sides of the bracket, qualified. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So they're not. I mean, I guess they're facing each other, right? Ryan and Sam are facing each other, and then Will and Milo are facing each other. I suppose, if that's what you mean.
All right, so out of these matchups, we have Knights versus Mono Ice. Or wait, no, that's not Mono Ice. Milo. Knights versus Chaos Arc. We have Water Lightning versus Water Fire, and Water Fire versus Turbo Chaos, and then Mono Earth versus Mono Water, both with heavy quotation marks. So, out of these matchups, who are you thinking is gonna take it down, and who do you want to watch?
So that's I think honestly oh man, so Jeff versus Julian, I think
that's the most one-sided match.
I think it's very burst. Like if Jeff hits bursts, then he loses. If he doesn't, then
and Julian has 30 bursts.
30, yeah.
That's oof.
Yeah, so
but they do have to be the right burst, right? Like, hitting a selfie is not gonna cut it. He really needs to hit a Lev 6 or a Bahamut or a Ifrit, something like that. Knights versus Chaos Arc is kind of a classic one. Usually we see Chaos Arc be slightly favored in that matchup.
I think that's if I get to pick, unless you want to pick.
I don't
know if we'll get.
I'm not saying this is even going to necessarily affect who is on screen.
I would like to see Will versus Milo, honestly.
Okay, yeah. The Chaos Arc versus Knights. We honestly haven't seen a ton of Knights.
It's kind of like an old school matchup, right? But
yep. There's a lot of stuff that can go well.
We haven't seen Chaos Arc really. We've seen Knights on stream. We haven't seen Chaos Arc on stream yet.
Correct.
And yeah, I know these are two decks from like the past, but I also think that it's a matchup that has a lot of balancing to it, right? There's a lot of your decisions matter kind of thing, and I like watching games like that. So let's see. Looks like we're prepping for our top 8 match, so we'll get back to you guys here shortly.
Sounds good. All right, and welcome back. We now have our top 8, Jeff Curran and Julian Highsmith, both now national qualified players due to the pass downs. So congrats to both of them. And now they get to play for a chance for the bye. See if they can take down this whole event and get a trophy in the meantime. See a lovely handshake between the two. And we will be off. Julian does have the higher seed, so he will get the option on what he's doing. But Mono Earth Shark Oh, no, these are not the right decks. So we have a Fire Water EX Burst versus a Turbo Chaos.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, so these deck names are wrong. We'll get those updated shortly. But Mono or Fire Water EX Burst. So this deck does have Tyvus as well as many other EX Bursts. One of the things that we had mentioned, in between the rounds, this may be one of, if not Jeff's, most difficult match.
Yeah, and I think Julian's going to opt to kind of empty his hand early here. Yeah, knowing that he's playing against the Turbo Chaos deck, it's good to dump your hand because you're gonna end up discarding 2 cards anyways. So
yeah.
So here we see
he
Spiritus.
knows this is pre-guaranteed to happen on turn 1 or 2.
Right. So Spiritus for 4, and Spiritus allows you to play another dark character.
What dark character will he get? Well, of course, this good boy Chaos. We did see this deck a little bit yesterday. Now he goes ahead and fires off the first special, milling 10 cards, hoping to hit a Fujin. There's a Fujin. So that Fujin is going to come in, mill 2 additional cards, and a damage point will be dealt to his opponent.
So, still on the stack, Fujin's happening, mill 2.
So we did go ahead and take the full point of damage. Oh.
9k.
So now we can resolve Chaos's enter the battlefield effect and actually go ahead and remove those cards from the game, make his opponent discard. But as we were mentioning, this is part of the reason this matchup is going to be so rough for Jeff. Is there's just so much EX burst, and of course we see that first point of damage. We only got the Fujin, so we did get an extra character, but an extra character is not what we really wanted. We wanted to both hit the Fujin and the Raijin, have haste, and kind of be able to really start applying pressure. But Tifa has put a stop to that. So,
interesting enough, Spiritus, it's up to 1 forward. Spiritus would trigger from Chaos dying there, but and if Jeff wanted to, he could get rid of one of his own forwards. But it's up to 1. So obviously he's not going to. He's an aggro deck.
Yeah,
but, I feel like a lot of times decks don't see Spiritus actually trigger.
Yeah, I think the only time I have ever played Spiritus in Final Fantasy was in a 70 card Highlander deck that we played at our local one time. Yeah, it was pretty fun. But I think, I was trying to pack my deck with as many searches as possible, given the fact that it was a 70 card Highlander deck. So, but I think that is the sole time I've ever, taken advantage of playing that card.
All right, we see Saz to go search for Amaterasu. So look, there is a world where Jeff pulls out ahead here, just like 3 damage, 3.
He's got to be. Yeah, he's just got to dodge some burst here. That's for sure.
So we probably attack with the most valuable forward first.
For sure.
So it's probably, Spiritus or Fujin first.
And looks like that one's going to... Somebody's going to get taken down here. Yep, Fujin will bite the dust. And that is exactly what Jeff did not want to see. And we did manage to dodge 1 burst. Julian, of course, having 30 bursts in his deck, over half his deck being bursts, it's pretty likely to see them, and we know they're going to be pretty relevant in this matchup. Julian really double checking on that text on Spiritus.
Well,
Card can be pretty scary.
if Jeff plays a chaos, so let's say for example on turn 1, when Jeff was comboing off there, if it wasn't a Tifa burst, if it was like a Kuchulin burst, for example, you negate Spiritus, and both Spiritus and Chaos would have died.
Oh yeah,
have 2 dark forwards, and 2 dark cards.
absolutely.
So I think that's, and there's a lot going on with Spiritus, but I think that's something that Julian's keeping in mind as well. I'm not sure how many elements Jeff has in his break zone, but Gilgamesh here would be 7 points of damage.
Assuming we're dodging EX burst, which is definitely a possibility. You know, we had 2 back-to-back there dodges.
We just played
honestly, we
11
just need
drop chaos. For 7.
Yeah.
We discarded 4.
Yeah.
Taking Demon's not a bad one.
Demon. If I had to pick a forward to steal, Demon's pretty high up on that list.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is a crazy game.
Yeah, it is a great one because it also just it happens so fast, right? Like this is a blink and you'll miss it kind of match. All right, that new Vincent coming out of Limit Break. Gonna go ahead, deal 9k, get rid of that demon. He says, I want that back, but have to go ahead and put it in my break zone. Alright,
So
Jeff
Jeff's gonna
did
have to
get
do
an
something here.
ICP, so now if he
Yeah.
does get the Gilgamesh as mentioned, can play that.
So I think he's deciding if he wants to push this Vincent out of the way because it has first strike.
Surgus, and then just get in for his 2 points of damage.
Yeah, or if he wants to wait a turn in case he draws Gilgamesh.
This sounds crazy, but I think I am in the wait a turn camp. Jeff, not going to opt for waiting a turn. Gonna go ahead and try to push his damage through. EX burst, alright, it will get him a card back, but that does not deal with the board just yet, so. Oh, and the last one did dodge a burst as well. Leaves him in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah,
now he
all
only
being
has
said,
to get rid of the
like these bursts were not backbreaking and game ending.
no.
So
The Tifa first damage was obviously pretty good, but it definitely could have been worse on against Jeff. All right, Leviathan.
I'm gonna be that guy for a second. We had a few people call out GG, you know, like on damage 1.
Yeah, definitely not
there.
over.
It's definitely not. Does Jeff play 2 surges? I'm trying to look right now. No, he plays 1. Okay. It is Kuja though, but it's a little more expensive.
Yeah, but if it gets the job done. So it's just 1 point of damage, keeping Jeff away from sealing this game.
I think at this point I'm just chilling.
Oh,
Yeah.
Axtar. All right.
But that was, yeah, that's not good. That's a great draw from Julian. Being a removal spell and a search. Although I think, I don't know if there is another search. I think it's just Calmia. And Calmia is in damage zone.
Oh no.
Oh,
Might
I'm
be a
sorry,
little
Tyvis.
Tyvis.
How did
Okay.
I oversee that?
Yeah, you mentioned
Yeah,
it. You mentioned earlier that they only had a few targets, but
that's one of the best targets. How did I oversee that?
it's a pretty okay target.
Yeah, it's not a bad card. You know?
All right. Jeff gonna go ahead and get another Leo out. Our boy Leo, we do love him. Nice, easy, cheap body.
The more these turns that go by, the more forwards that Julian's going to have in play. I feel like these last couple turns,
Jeff
the
really needed to top deck.
yeah,
Yep. Now, an important thing to note is even if the board does get pretty wide, Jeff could just chaos special and end it for sure.
yeah, that's. I feel like his outs were pretty high in these last couple of turns, and it's getting thinner and thinner as the turns go by. And chaos special might be his only out. Because like on this board state, Gilgamesh isn't even good enough anymore because Tyvis plus Vincent, like you can't dual freeze both of them. You have to, you know,
Exactly.
The other one can block. All right. He drew a chaos. Does he have another one?
Yep.
He does.
And that looks like that will be all she wrote for that extra point of damage. And he's going to resolve all his triggers properly, but as soon as this chaos resolves, that is game. So straight gut punch. Doesn't matter how many forwards you have in play. Jeff says, I get to... I actually, what is the name of Chaos' special? I should probably know it.
I actually don't know.
That's probably
either.
relevant.
Flare.
Oh, somebody says Yahtzee. Yeah, that's accurate enough. Yahtzee.
Flare. That
Oh,
sounds
Flare,
like a
okay.
Bahamut special, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. I feel like Jeff kind of stole that one, honestly, at the end there. I feel like if one more turn kind of went by...
Yeah, it could have been a little dicey.
Very scary, yeah. But, I mean, I think...
Congrats to him for sealing that deal.
Yeah, I think the name of the game here is... So, I've mentioned this a lot this tournament, just in general. These, like, slower control-ish decks against the aggro decks. It's like one of those things of the control decks kind of stabilize, but you still have to win the game, right? Mm-hmm. And Julian was getting to that point. He had 4 forwards in his play, so winning the game was like literally like within sight, but it's one turn too like short, right? So that being said, also I don't think Julian's bursts were that like back-breaking. I think his bursts were kind of average for what his deck has the potential to do. So we might see a little bit of differences in this game. However, I think that's kind of showing what the meta is turning into is a like, you know, the control decks. If you're playing a slower control deck, make sure you can turn the corner quick, because if you can't, then the aggro deck's just going to come back and go for a second hit.
Absolutely. Yep. All right, players shuffling up. Looks like Julian will be on the play again this time. See if things will be any different.
All right, Jeff has some monsters, some chaoses, and a spiritus. So this is an interesting start from Jeff. So Spiritus, he already has the Chaos in his hand. Playing the Spiritus makes you go down a card. Well, I guess actually the math is the same, right? If you're not playing the Spiritus, then that means you're keeping that one card.
Yep.
But now you have the Chaos special. So if you didn't play the Spiritus, your dead card would be the Spiritus for future Chaos if you need it.
All right, and this time we hit the Raijin.
But in this kind of scenario, I don't think it's going to matter too much. But like a Kuchulin, who hitting the Fujin and the Raijin is really good. Are we specialing again? No. So I believe Jeff has one more chaos, but I could be wrong. Yeah, 2 more chaoses.
Okay, so we have the Fujin and the Raijin and the Chaos. Do we get our... Okay.
And
Manage the Origin.
I also saw Jeff mill over a Earth Chaos, so we have a removal spell if need be.
Yeah. That is relevant. That guy has a little bit of extra hidden text that people very commonly forget about.
Yeah.
Being able to come out from the break, or not come out from the break, but be able to snipe somebody out from the break.
So it wouldn't matter this turn, but oh, he already has it. Okay, I was curious if Julian, what the oh, he's Remora. Nice. I was gonna say.
Ooh, so he opted for Spiritus. How many cards did he have in hand? Did he draw off the Remora?
Yeah, he drew and then selected, which
Okay.
it looks like he got a warning for because he's supposed to select first.
Yes.
But I was gonna say if he didn't have Kukulin, he could have. Yeah, you can Kukulin the Spiritus, and it's a 2 for 0. Like you're drawing a card.
Maybe that was a line he didn't see. But yeah, if he had, he is on Kukulin.
Yes, and it is in his hand. I made sure that.
I assume he just did not didn't know.
Didn't see the line. Yeah. This is the demon. Search for Thornton. Okay, I think Jeff is banking on being able to cast the Chaos in his hand. So if he... and Chaos Special. And he does... So now we need to, with these 10 cards, if we can mill some monsters and some Chaoses, which we do, we get to get this demon out of the way and discard some cards from Julie.
That sounds pretty good to me.
We're gonna need some good stuff here. Oh, this is all right. We're at 6 damage. This is
Yep. It's looking very, very dicey. Jeff
yeah.
definitely has 10 cards left in deck, so he could a single chaos off the top could just be an easy W. And for the game that I thought was going to be one of Jeff's hardest matchups, he's making this look pretty easy.
Seven elements. There's a chaos in there too, so again, you draw an earth card.
Ooh, yeah.
I couldn't catch if there was 10 cards or not, but I don't think that's very relevant right now.
Yeah, I believe it was 9. Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty sure there's 10 cards in Jeff's deck. It's one of those things: you draw chaos, you cast special, you win. If you don't draw a dark card, you can just limit break anything and have 10 cards. This is a rough spot for Julian. I think Jeff's only dead turn would be Spiritus and something else.
Yeah. Which is still kind of fine.
Well, then you go to 10 cards still, so it's got to be like double Spiritus, right?
Yeah.
Which, no, Jeff only plays one Spiritus. It's not even possible.
Well, Julian says, I cannot find a scenario out from here. I definitely thought these EX bursts would save Julian a little bit more, but no, the power of chaos. You get the full-on chaos beam going, just say chaos every other word. But congrats to Jeff Curran, who has moved on to our top 4. As we kind of figured, this was going to be one of our fastest matches. We'll see if we can get a backup match going for us. We'll see if any of the other players are available and amenable to moving. So stay tuned with us. We may be able to get a backup match. If we cannot, this will be our lunch break right after this. So after round 2, we will be doing, I believe, an hour lunch break again. So please stay tuned. May be giving us a pretty extensive lunch break this time, but hopefully we can get somebody else on stream real quick. Because that was some gripping Final Fantasy content, but I want more.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, did you think it was gonna go that smooth for the Chaos play?
No, I did not. But again,
well, we talked about the speed of this deck, but we talked about the resiliency of the itself deck. But let's talk about the resiliency of there, right? Like first damage Tifa still made it look pretty easy.
First damage Tifa, the Ifrit in the middle there. I think it was the second damage even. Maybe it was
second damage. It was second damage for the Ifrit, yeah.
But it was like one of those things, taking notes for all this stuff, right? I think we all understand that playing a bunch of dark cards in your deck comes with risk, right? Hunter likes to call it poison. You're playing poison in your deck,
yes.
Right? The Chaos Arc deck plays 6 dark cards, and that deck sometimes gets cluttered. This deck is that to a major, extreme. And also, but the difference is you're going off on the first couple of turns. The longer the game goes, the more likely you are to get cluttered with dark cards, because you're going to see more cards, right? So it's one of those things of, yes, you can still get cluttered. Yes, you can have a hand of like 3 or 4 dark cards, and that's unfortunate. But at the same time, if you have the correct chaos, all you need to do is play that one chaos, right? So is it really a drawback? I mean, yes, if you don't have the right card, I guess. But it's also something. I mean, I would go out on a limb and say it's probably the most powerful thing we have in this game, and the fact that it is dark or light related, it has
It's
that risk
correct.
associated.
Yeah. I mean, it's correct that it's like that, but
Yeah.
it's. I mean, and let's not talk about the other risk too, where you are milling yourself. You're putting yourself on a very, very tight timer, right? Like you mill over, 20, 30 cards. Well, there's not much deck left to play with.
Yeah, exactly.
You're on a time limit.
And at the same time, it's not just risk with dark cards. There's risks with the, what if you don't mill Fujin and or Raijin, right? There have been times I've played the deck and milled 30 cards and I've only hit one of them. Is that unlucky? Yeah, sure, but it does happen. And what do you do from there? It's you're gonna get all those mixed bags. You're gonna get all mixed bags of variants, and it's one of those things of you need to understand what to do when the bad luck happens, right? And is there very many lines, like possibilities of winning under those harsh circumstances? So it's a lot of like, there's a big balancing act of what you should and shouldn't play and do. I will say that from my perspective, there's a ton of room for innovation in this chaos deck. There's a couple of obvious things you should be doing. Some people did play Gilgamesh, like right now Jeff's playing Gilgamesh FFBE. Some people don't play that. There's some people will play Roche, some people who don't play Roche. Some people will play like 10 or 11 chaoses. Some people play 15 chaoses. There's a lot. And then like what monsters do you play, right? There's a lot of choices you could still make. And I don't think it's very solidified on what's right and what's wrong. And I think honestly at the moment a lot of that is what are you comfortable with? Like with the chaoses, the majority of them are dark. How many are you willing to add to your deck? What's the right number in terms of math and things like that? But also, you also don't want to screw yourself over. Not like, can you imagine having chaos but not the special? That would be also very backbreaking because you do have to have it to do stuff.
Yeah.
So
I mean, just one chaos is definitely not enough, right? You need to have the special. If you're just playing chaos and passing turn, you're not happy.
So there's a lot of. I feel like this chaos deck is one of the decks that exists that it's about the deck building part of it a lot more than, because in the game you're almost always going to do the same stuff unless you get to that bad luck variance kind of thing, right? Like you mill 30 cards and you only hit one Raijin. Then what do? You can kind of still figure that out even before playing the game, just from the deck building stage of playing the deck. But you knowing what you can or can't do, I think that's a big deal in this kind of deck, a lot more than other decks, because this deck doesn't plan really to play past turn 4, I feel like. So like you want to know, okay, your plan, what you're going to try to execute, but what cards are you going to have in your deck? Because there's like, I mean, realistically, I think there's like 30 fluff cards. You could literally change 30 different cards.
Yeah, they're in there for CP and filler, and because they're going to go with the bin anyways.
Because they are the card type monster, right?
Yeah.
That's
also that, yeah.
That you have to have some kind of balance there. I've seen some decks without monsters and with the job chaos guys. It's very interesting, because if you play the job chaos guys, that's kind of interesting for the mirror match, right? Because you get the 5 damage and then you can bring it back. So like I don't know, there's a lot to think about, and I don't know for certain what's the best angle to approach with the deck. I really like decks like this Chaos deck just existing now.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Ugh.
So we've gone through so many formats of Final Fantasy with little to no combo decks, right? And now we have 2 pop up in this set at the same time. They're both very, very good. You know, and like Storm to an extent, I would say is a combo deck, but it really isn't, right? Like the Storm is kind of its own beast. It's more of a value deck.
It's like a critical mass deck is what I would look at it as.
Yeah, whereas these two are true, 2, 3, 4 card combos. I mean, really, Chaos is almost its own combo card by itself, and then Emmett and Hypodian are their 2 card combo. And we did get word we will have a backup match on shortly for everyone. It will be Marcus versus Matthew. Marcus on Fire Water as well. The remaining Fire Water.
Fire Water versus Lightning Water.
Versus Water Lightning, correct. Yeah. So definitely curious on how this one's going to go. I think this is going to be one of the closest matches. So it could be a little grindy here for us. So we'll hopefully get it knocked out before our lunch break, and then be able to wish everybody a nice lunch, and then come back and finish up top 4. But we'll see who takes it down. But congrats to Jeff, first one to improve to top 4, taking one of his tougher matches, at least in my mind, and making it look crazy.
Something I'm curious if Jeff feels this way. I know some people. I feel this way sometimes, and I'm curious if other players feel this way. So
I've never felt that way.
So Jeff got a pass down invite, right? Well, he also just got top 4. So in theory, if he didn't get the pass down, he earned his top 4 invite, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious if he thinks it's a little more deserving because he made top 4, right?
Yeah.
Instead of it getting passed down to him.
Would you know anything about getting pass downs?
Oh, I know a lot about getting pass downs. Actually, I might be the one person in the entire game who gets the most pass downs. Maybe.
I have now with this year, I've now claimed my 2nd pass down, and I did it off of the back of the same person in the same state at the same type of event. Hunter Nance, of course, handing me a LQ pass down.
Wait, so I thought Hunter Nance was the king of second places.
Yeah. Well, he took 2nd place to me last year, after we did our duel against for the trophy. But yeah, no, he has passed me down 2 LQ invites.
He said you're
my very first year. I appreciate it, Hunter. I do want to go in that. So my very first year of playing Final Fantasy, he handed me an invite to Nats with a nice 2nd place, and this time he did the same thing. So and we'll get it updated here. I believe this is going to be game 2. We'll get updated on who has won game 1. Players got some pretty cool sleeves here. I see Marcus has some C2 sleeves. I know you're a fan of that, KP.
Yep, Code Geass.
I know I'm a fan of that.
Love me some Code Geass.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so back to the pass down thing. I was like, the 2019, I got the, well, this happened last year also, but like, the first invite for the Teacup Finals thing, right, in 2019. But I didn't, that was a 6-person tournament. I wasn't sure. And I felt a little not so,
Didn't feel as deserved.
Not as prestige, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, it's funny because it was a 6-person tournament, but 3 people in that tournament went to Worlds. So that has some meaning to it, too. It's kind of crazy.
But you do also talk about your hockey puck every now and then.
I do. Yeah, I do talk about my hockey puck.
That trophy. I would say the newer one you got this year is probably a little bit better.
Yeah, one of these Terra ones is a lot better. Yeah, but the point of my story is like I didn't quote unquote earn my invite until the second to last Crystal Cup, and I went to every single Crystal Cup that year, and that's kind of like mind blowing to me how tough it is to get that qualification like naturally and without it being passed down. Uh, so and it kind of affected me. So like last year, I also got the free invite right for doing Rollout Worlds, but I I wasn't sure if if I'd be able to qualify naturally, which I had a pretty good year last year. But it's the kind of stuff I think I was like, man, am I washed? Do I still have it? I
And
don't know.
everyone is perpetually washed and unwashed, right? The important thing though is that people do take showers before the event, but you hear this joke among a lot of players, being washed, unwashed. It you know sometimes you're on, sometimes you're off. You can't always be a superstar for every event. But any amount of skill or practice that you had that you feel like you lost, you can always keep that back. And same goes for new players. We've seen a lot of up and coming new players in the past couple of years. They played in the effort. I mean, Viridian was a completely brand new at this game prior to COVID seasons.
Yes.
He was our national
And look
champion.
at what he's accomplished. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and currently fighting for it in top 8. And we have tons of other players who are brand new at this game, but have definitely made a name for themselves. So there's always the potential of just really sticking it out and getting it done. So one thing that we do see is Tyvus coming out on Marcus's side. Really like the Tyvus being able to get the Mog 6, both because drawing the card, having kind of a disposable forward is pretty relevant, but the locking down of the Surge can definitely be relevant depending on what Matt wants to play out here. Yeah. But another thing that we do see on Marcus's side is having the Lena backup out. Marcus has a lower EX count than the previous Firewater. This is more Knights or a Warrior focus with the Tyvus Tribal, and so he's mainly focused on getting. Oh, and we see Luna Freya coming out. So this is a very important interaction. If he does pick an EX card and opts to use the EX, that will trigger Lena's draw card, and his deck does have 30 EXs in it, so this Lena has the potential of drawing quite a few cards throughout this game, which could be very, very relevant. And as we see, Marcus did win game 1, so if I'm Matt, that's gotta be a big factor into what I'm doing. I'm sure you can't decline. I mean, you can decline to use the EX, but you definitely want to get rid of the Tyvus there, but as we see, Marcus gets to draw a card for it. There's a lot of card advantage going to be recouped from that Lena. The fact that he's already drawn a card off of the Lena and he hasn't even dealt a point of damage is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm also... This is interesting. He took the Odin, which kind of makes sense because Tyvus is there, right?
Yep.
But we had access to a water backup, and we chose not to take it. Mm-hmm. So we're kind of keeping ourselves on mono lightning backups. I wonder if that choice is going to impact like future decisions.
Oh, okay, Cyan coming out. I wonder if we're gonna go for the full crystal shot. Cyan's definitely one of these interesting cards where sometimes when he's good, he's really good. When he's not, he puts you in this very weird spot. Alright, so we are going to pay the 5. Go ahead, gain the crystals. Assume we're going to go ahead and fire them off. We can wait. There's technically no rush. But If we fire him off, we can go ahead and hop in with that Leo for a point of damage. Right, see what he's deciding. Of course, Hunter mentions in the chat, another newer player, Rookie of the Year, as it would be in 2023, Worlds player Will Cagnazzo.
Yeah, he's in our top 8 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so he has opted to go ahead and hold on to those crystals for now. Can just respond with the cyan. There's not really much Matt can do to put a stop to that. He can try to force the issue by like Kuchulaning the cyan, but he doesn't have a water backup, so he actually would have to pay 2 CP for a Kuchulane at the moment, so kind of leaves him in an awkward spot. I would definitely could just see him just trying to play a water backup. He did draw a Sarah and trying to figure out where he's going to go from there. And honestly, the more we've so he is gonna go ahead and force the issue. Cyan's gonna go ahead and pop. Not sure if I'm crazy about this. So it does leave him down. Yeah, Hunter brings up a pretty solid point. Just trying to attack may have been a reasonable way of going about it, but
yeah, this makes
was
sense
able
now.
to take care of it with a Cipher. And this was one of the cards that I was saying before the match may be pretty relevant in kind of leveraging Matt's advantage. If this Cipher goes unchecked for like a turn or two, that could definitely be disaster for Marcus. Yep, so the Raijin backup does provide haste for Cipher. Curse backups, yes, they are very difficult.
My friend Chris Lopez doesn't, he used to play backups in front for a reason. to read the backups, you know what I'm saying?
That is what I have been told.
I'll admit the Cipher, I definitely underestimated it last set, how powerful it was, and then once you actually play games with it, with the card, it's actually ridiculous how powerful it is, like with and without haste. Like it's one of those cards that you play it and you have to answer it or answer the break zone, right? Because killing something on attack every turn is kind of absurd. It reminds me of Robo Akbel in a way, just getting it back up every turn. But when you give this guy haste, it's just ridiculously good.
Yes, yeah. The fact that it's an attack trigger to just break something is just very, very powerful. With the litany of ways that he can gain haste, especially, it's pretty relevant. So here we see a card that we haven't seen too often. Is the 4-cost Forum, Opus 5. It does look at the top 3. Now, an interesting thing, people mentioned the action ability negate Leviathan, but Forum also has that ability on her. For 1 CP and tap, you can actually stop that Hythlodian combo if you can get it out. Now the problem is, you play an Emmett South, you play a Hythlodian. Oh, trigger, deal 8k. So you gotta keep your Porum alive, but...
Yeah.
Alright, so... Attacking, gonna break this Leo. Gonna go ahead and get in on 0.2 of damage.
Play a card like Oron to protect it,
You could, absolutely. All right, I'm Moody down. And this is an interesting line from Matt. Just go ahead and trying to get another forward in play. Really trying to press the attack as much as he can. I imagine is what his general game plan is. Marcus going to Phoenix back a Zidane, of course, being one of the only ways he can get the Zidane in play. Okay, go ahead and look at that hand. I see the Hooded Man. Gotta imagine the Hooded Man's gonna be the pick here.
Both these players have been playing on monocolor backups this whole game.
Yeah, they are 2-color decks.
Yeah.
However,
if it's gonna stay like this, I do think that Matt is favored.
I agree.
Think a lot of the forwards in that deck are lightning element.
Cypher down to the bin. This is the spot that I mentioned where if Marcus does not remove the current Cypher in play, he would be looking at a really rough game. If this just gets to eat the Zidane, I imagine he has a Kuchulain or something in hand to deal with it. Just passing with full backups open. If nothing else, he would probably have played like a Luna Freya or a Leo out of Limit Break if he had nothing. Alright, and it looks like a lightning activation is going to come here for combat. Okay, get him to draw a card. Gonna target the Zidane, tap it down even though it's already tapped. Oh, and he drew an Irving. That's another very solid draw. I imagine that's also going to come out. This is the big strength of Matt's deck, is it plays off the top really well. There's a lot of haste. There are a lot of very good forwards. With the Raijin, that Cypher also gains the haste. The Lightning has haste. He's threatening to put his opponent to 6 damage right here. And there's still a lot of game still needs to be played on Marcus's side to deal with all this. And the crazy thing is, even if he deals with the lightning, another lightning could come right back out.
Yeah, correct. And I'm pretty certain that Marcus doesn't have any way to interact with the break zone either.
Okay, so we're going to Lena. Oh, okay. I love this play. Oh no, though. So he's going to. So Lena is activated to target Cyan.
We couldn't let him pay first.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like Matt jumped the gun and went ahead and Kuchulained a little too fast. He should have waited until he had paid for the Cyan cost. But since he didn't, Marcus does not have to pay that cost.
Yeah, so we could have had Marcus discard 3 here. Now, that being said, if Cyan sticks around, which, I mean, Cypher could kill the Cyan. But if Cyan stuck around, then when Marcus goes to his turn, he could have used the ability.
Oh, it looks like he's still gaining the crystals.
Yep.
Regardless. Now for Matt, he just definitely has to kill the Cypher on attack, right? Or the Cyan
The
on
sign,
attack.
yes.
Yeah, with the Cypher on attack.
Yes.
But that leaves Marcus in a really rough spot. And so Irving will miss out on his haste due to the Lena removing one of the targets. Okay, and the Cypher was blanked as well. My apologies.
Yeah, there was a Cuchulainn, and then he
There's a
discarded
Cuchulainn on
yeah.
his side as well. Okay. So 2
here
Cuchulainns were
the
fired.
board wipe, probably.
Well, once again, he can wait on that, right? We saw him do it before.
Well, the Porum can cancel it too, right?
Oh, yes.
So we need to kill the Porum and then board wipe?
Yeah.
I think that's what Matt's double checking right now.
So what are we going to do that can get rid of this one? Luna Freya, he says. See if we can find an EX burst. Deal 5k. Yeah, and this Luna Freya card definitely has been relevant in a lot of the matchups. Both of these decks taking advantage of it. Alright, so we're fishing for a good EX burst. That's not it. We can draw 2 cards off the Joseph, but... Someone brings up a good point of potentially Surgus just to dull. Let me double check. Marcus he does have a Surgus in his LB, and it is not removed. So yeah, that would have been an option. It looks like a Zach, a Titus, a Leo. Something else is removed. I don't believe it's a Surgus.
Yeah, Surgus is one of those FFBE borders, so it's a dark.
Yeah, very dark. Yeah, it sticks out. Yep, there he is. did not opt for that, and unfortunately kind of missed with the Luna Freya. I mean, we still hit, but... And what did he get off the Joseph? I assume it had to be Guy. Yeah. Ooh, okay, Hood Man. So definitely not getting full value Hood Man here, but he is going to still remove a Cane, untap draw. It's our Warrior of Light at home. Alright, so I'm curious. Oh, okay.
There's some jockeying there. I think that Marcus said activate Cyan, and we didn't clarify
which ability. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're about to kill Cypher here. Alright, so we are out of crystals. Cypher is down. Forum is still alive. Had to pay to activate. Irving's going to come across here. Now, even though he did deal with a Cypher, I believe there's one more Cypher left in Matt's hand. And Marcus is just in a pretty rough spot here.
Matt, I believe, cast an Odin to kill the Scion. With Scion on his side.
Yes. Alright, Mark is going to untap, see if he can get something going here to deal with this board. Quite powerful. I did see an Amaterasu could deal with that Irving, but he says he's had enough. Okay, go ahead, pack it up, go to game 3. So I assume Marcus will be on the play here. And we did see the Lena be kind of relevant game 1, or game 2, but he kind of stopped dealing damage to Matt. Matt just really went for that very aggressive line of just, I'm gonna come at you, and it definitely worked.
Yeah, that was a really interesting one for sure. Like, both players only being able, they had monocolor backups. Seeing how the game played out, there was a lot of interaction going on, a lot of creatures being played.
Definitely some messy board states there of
Yeah.
Difficult to navigate options on both sides. So it was good to see them kind of get into the trenches there and kind of push through it. Alright, I see a Viridian Let's Go in the chat. I do believe he has defeated Sam Prime.
You see, they were playing right behind Matt. I couldn't see facial expressions.
Viridian took down that game. So we will have Ryan Chen in our top 4 when we come back, as well as Jeff Curran. We'll see who takes it down here, and then Ryan Chen will play either Will or Will's opponent. And then Jeff will play the winner here.
All right, game 3. Here we go.
All right, going in game 3, and
20 minutes left.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Marcus getting us started. Yagurash down, not too relevant in this matchup. Usually here for some of the other matchups. Sarah, gonna go ahead and search out a princess here. Get Lena. We'll see if Marcus this game decides to get past just the 2 backups. Raijin, of course, coming down on Matt's side. We have seen that card pretty much every game he has played for us on stream. Big fan of that one. Alright, a 3 CP backup coming here, potentially. I mean, Moody or Joseph. 5, Tyvis, actually. Alright, so we are opting to play off of the 2 backups. May be all he has at the moment. Gonna go ahead and tour up the Warrior Moogle.
I think that card is the Moogle is always the play in this matchup. I think that card is just like
absolutely
phenomenal.
Yep. Tyvis probably gonna go ahead and get activated here. Will come in play, draw a card. No further actions. Now, if you're Marcus, I don't know what else is in hand. I feel so inclined to play a Leo here. Maybe he has an Amaterasu. But if he
Yeah,
doesn't, I just feel really inclined to go ahead, try to get some pressure in, but also I want to dig to a fire backup. I don't want to play this game like I did last game.
Yeah, I think that's the exception, is if he's holding up Materasu.
But I mean, even Amaterasu is not too important right now because like Cypher is not coming out just yet. He doesn't have the 10 cards in break zones. So there's little reason to be playing him. Marcus keeps his hand very tight, so unfortunately a little tough to see what he's got going. And he passes again, so no Lunafreya, no Leo. I gotta imagine. Actually, I just don't know what my reasoning for trying to keep that out would be. Okay, so it does play an Adia on Matt's side. Gonna go ahead and negate the Adia search with the Mog. Draw 2. Just passed with his 2 backups. Ooh, I can't imagine Marcus's draws have just not been ideal here.
Yeah, very interesting.
Okay, now we're finally opting for the Leo. I feel like this trigger should have been pulled a couple turns ago. I see a Lartha in hand.
He doesn't have a Materasu because he probably would have a Materasu the Adia.
Adia, yeah, absolutely.
Mog still would have died, but the Adia would have died as well.
Yeah. Which, I mean, this effect just sitting out here is going to be very problematic, so. Okay, so we're going to Tybus. I gotta imagine we're getting Axstar and going to deal with the Adia. Assuming we have a third redrop in hand. Alright, it looks like we're thinking we may not have that line available to us. Although I do see the Axstar coming at the top. If nothing else, we could play like a Zaka limit break into the Axstar.
I think I saw a red 13 in Marcus's hand too, which could be put into play off the Tybus. We got a few options here.
I see a Furion. So we're gonna opt to put and play the Furion first. Maybe draw a card.
I believe I saw Lena
real good
as well, so maybe that's what Marcus was doing, is holding up.
Oh, Odin. This is going to be a rough EX. At least we did get our Tybus activation done, but ooh, that is rough. So next turn, Matt he has a Cypher in hand. He has the Adia activation. If he gets passed back to, he can Cypher into the Adia, and he'll have 10 cards after that, and potentially like clean up Marcus's board and get a lot of good attacks in, and that's maybe what's happening here. So I see the Cypher getting pulled to the front of the hand. It's looking very good for Matt. So we've tapped our backup. Looks like we're chatting with the judges real quick.
Yeah.
So, Cypher comes down. Mills are 2. Okay, we were clarifying the mill timing for a D. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, it is a cost, so it won't happen until the full resolution. There goes Leo. Do we not get anything back with Cypher? I assume we missed. I think we didn't have an FF8 forward. But yep, this does get us those 2 points of damage.
Cypher and a D together, you love to see it.
I mean, you do if you're the one playing it, for sure.
Yeah.
Those two love holding hands all the way to the finish line. This is exactly what I kept saying is Matt's line to victory. Is just get a Cypher out there and hope he sticks. And then if he doesn't stick, play another one and hope that one sticks. And that pretty much will put some ribbons on games. Marcus, of course, has not had an ideal game, had quite a couple of turns, of stumbles here, where he has just not had what he needed in hand. But all of this hasty aggression coming on Matt is very difficult to deal with. And of course, we also saw a very well-timed EX Odin. Alright, gonna go ahead and play an Edgar. Edgar going to play the Red 13, going to shoot down the Cypher. So Cypher's down, but it looks like we're probably still going to 3 damage here. Marcus just gonna pass it back over. Probably gonna go with 3 damage. Matt gonna see if he can do anything about it, maybe increase those numbers. Nope. Just gonna go with the 3rd EX burst. Alright, Joseph, not a bad one.
I think that's the only target slot's Furion, if I remember.
That seems like a pretty acceptable target still. I think Guy normally is more of the backup. Alright. So we did see a lot of stuff happen there. Thornton going to search for anything. In response, Marcus went ahead, went a special, pulled out the Mog, cracked it to prevent the search for anything. Alright, so Marcus is at 4 backups. He can try to leverage his CP advantage off those backups, but he definitely needs to get this idea out of play. Like, just despite being a deck filled with removal, he honestly just kind of finds himself wanting more every single turn. Everything out of this Water Lightning deck is essentially a must answer. Because a lot of them kind of take stuff with them every single time, right?
This Adia's repeated removal, it's why I really, really like the card. It's one of my favorite cards made in the last, few sets. It's just, repeated removal. I think removal in this game a lot of times is worth
one time,
summons.
Yeah,
summons are a one-time thing, and a lot of cards that have like ETB remove something. Again, that's one time, but it's on a forward. Adia does it multiple times.
Yep.
It's going to be a problem if we don't get rid of it.
Planeswalker level threat, right?
Yeah.
We make that joke about different cards being planeswalkers, using their abilities every turn. You know, cards like Rydia and some others. Palmporum, yup.
Yeah.
Une, yeah. Alright, so it looks like we're opting to Lightning here. Many Odins are in the break zone for sure. Lightning gonna come in, tap down this Galleon Beast. Now, a thing to be worried about is the Furion could untap with just a water card and block. If it's a fire water card, if he has a Furion in hand, he can just untap, block, and have first strike over the Furion. So, be interesting to see. Looks like an Amaterasu going to get fired off here. Yep. Stop that Hoodman's effect. Pretty relevant. Alright. No fire or water card necessarily that Marcus wanted to get rid of. Alright, and he does get to pass it back. This has definitely been an interesting back and forth game in comparison to the second game, which I felt like was more securely in Matt's favor. Important thing to note: there is only 5 minutes left in the game. Another EX Odin. That's got to be one of the last ones. Did take down that Vincent. Marcus gets a consolation prize of drawing a card. That's definitely not what he wanted there. Both players able to push for a lot of damage pretty quickly, so could be pretty dicey here. 4-4, fairly even board states. Anyone's game.
Yeah,
especially with the pressure on, 4 minutes left on the clock.
The more and more we watch these games, I feel like the more and more, like, I bet this matchup's honestly around 50-50. Like, these guys are doing a lot of similar things. They're jockeying for card advantage. It's been really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think those few things that I mentioned, where it's like the Adia sticking out, the Cypher sticking out, that's where Matt really gains his advantage. And obviously for Marcus if the Tybus sticks, but although this Furion's drawn 2 cards now, so
yeah,
definitely getting a little bit of extra advantage. Hooded Man, gonna buy another Amaterasu. Straight to the farm. Alright, and Matt says he's had enough. Oh, no, we're actually going to take down the Yuzuki, not the Furion. Alright, so I see Marcus debating. Nope. Went ahead, just took the damage, drew an extra card for it.
Yeah, I'm surprised Matt attacked there, honestly. You have... I mean, I guess you have to have a fire and a water card, but if you have a dual fire water, the lightning is going to die, right? Although, bringing it back isn't the worst thing either. It's interesting. It's an interesting attack.
Alright, looks like we may be going to time. Playing out Mead, pitching Arnea. or Arciella. Time is is just the same as it would be in Swiss. The only difference is when it does get down to that last turn, it is the next point of damage will determine the victor. Assuming both players are at the same damage. Furion coming out, drawing a card. Before blockers, can I go ahead and activate? And important to note that Furion is frozen as well. So he is opting to use the Porom, so Marcus is going to get to draw a card. See his hand on the trigger. And we did freeze the Tyvus, but the Furion is also frozen. Alright, Cypher coming out, milling 2. Probably gonna get back either Adia or Irving. Looks like Adia. We have the Cooch lane for the Cypher. Alright, comes back over to Marcus. Now he hasn't taken advantage of it so far this game, but untapping with Furion could put him at lethal. He just needs to get this Cypher out of the way, and then could go ahead and punch in with those last 2 points of damage. He already has 3,000 damage from the Axe Star. Just needs 4,000 damage out of somewhere, or any other way of removing this Cypher. And that could give Marcus the win here.
I mean, I'm not sure how much limit breaks left.
I think he's out of limit break.
Okay, I was like Zach.
Yeah, Zach would be. Oh, he has 3 in limit break. Okay, correction. We're updated by the table. He does have 3 in limit break. I don't know if Zach's in there. Zach is. That's a line to victory. Alright, activates ward. Yep, that'll go ahead and do it. So assuming he has a water card in hand, looks like he's going to... Okay, he's going to double check before he searches. If he searches, that triggers the EX burst, which will give Marcus another card. Right, he is opting to search.
If you fail to find, you're still triggering.
It's still a search, yes, absolutely. Yep. And did Marcus got his card? So now all he has to do is have a water card in hand. Activate the Furion. And it looks like he's coming in for game. I don't see any responses in Matt's hand. Yep, and that'll be all she wrote. It was a good game. That was definitely a nail biter. I think Marcus was down to only 3 cards in deck. It was very grindy. You know, obviously Matt was milling himself like crazy over there. It was a very good match. It was a great one to end on before our lunch break. Thanks once again to our crew for being able to get a second matchup after our extremely quick 2-0 from Jeff Kieran.
Yeah,
and
I think
congrats to Marcus. Moving
the key
on
cards in those games were, I think it's pretty clear. Like the Tyvus and the Furion versus like the Adia Cipher.
Yeah.
And just seeing it, both players having access to Kuchulin was also pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely, because it dealt with all of the most powerful things that the other person was doing, and they could try to hold it up at almost any time. So it's very very interactive, very good match.
All right, so we have two Chaos decks against each other, but one of them's Chaos Arc.
Versus
Turbo Chaos, and then we got Mono Earth versus Fire Water for our top 4.
Absolutely. All right, and with that, I guess we will let everybody go ahead and run off to enjoy their lunch. Now that we have our top 4 decided, we will come back in, I believe, an hour. And at 3:30. Okay, so about 45 minutes will be our time back. So 45 minutes, and look forward to seeing everybody there.
See you there.
Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome back for the top four of the Portland Materia Cup. We'll be seeing Ryan versus Marcus, which is Mono Earth versus Fire Water. And the other side will be Turbo Chaos versus Earth Water Chaos Arc. Sam, what do you think about this matchup, the Mono Earth versus Fire Water that we're going to see on screen?
Well, when I hear water right now, I think I'm sad because I spilled my drink all over my keyboard. And I'm still currently cleaning that off. But in general, I think when it comes to top end, once again, the Mono Earth deck, it has one of the most powerful top ends in the game. It's got the Warrior of Light, it's got Titus, it's got Emic combo, it's got just lots of very efficient, powerful things. So if we're looking at top end, Ryan's definitely favored, but Marcus can definitely. His deck's not as fast as Matt's. I kind of wanted to see Matt versus this instead, because he can better put Viridian on a clock. But I don't know if Marcus can be fast enough. We do see Furion up there. Furion definitely going to be one of those cards that both for speed because of the haste and the staying power of the fact that it's drawing cards every time it's attacking, be one of the big cards that I'd be looking for if I was Marcus for every game. So how about you?
Yeah, so I'm thinking. So every time I approach matchups, I always think who's the aggro player, who's the control player, whether they're playing an aggro deck or not, right? Somebody's got to be attacking first. And when I am looking at these two decks, I'm thinking that Mono Earth, you're not attacking for a very long time. So
Absolutely, yeah.
In that sense, that means Marcus is probably going to be the one in proposing the threats, and Ryan's going to be the one trying to answer them. Now, that being said, this is a turn 2 Luna Freya, and I'm pretty certain, we're looking for a backup, and it's a Claris, so searching for a king. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what we wanted to see. It's pretty ideal. Got the king, got to play it out, and then also now has the Claris for next turn. It was a really good Luna Freya, definitely showing her ability to give a lot of strength here. Little surprised we did not pop the Mog to respond. I definitely feel inclined to have done that.
Yeah,
as you mentioned, Viridian's going to not really be attacking or doing anything. Maybe he valued having the body out, or maybe he's planning on trying to stop a more pivotal search. But yeah, I'm a little surprised that we didn't stop a double search turn.
I think that Ryan would have still played the Epitaph just for backup, right?
Almost certainly,
But,
yeah.
So that would have stopped 2 searches.
Yep.
That being said,
and even if he didn't stop that second search, he's at least throwing him a little off curve, right?
Yeah. I was curious if we were going to see an Axstar turn here, but that didn't happen. So, yeah, this seems a little backwards because we're stuck with Claris. So,
yeah, you gotta imagine maybe we just wanted the body out, or like I said, maybe there's something more worrisome that Marcus is worried about in the future.
Yeah. Either way, this is where we're at. We're in the Guy for Furion and Guy for Joseph. Joseph's going to search for Furion. And then I'm guessing that this Titus is going to put the Furion into play.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what I mentioned before, where he kind of wants to be is getting the Furion out and just kind of making some good attacks and getting some good damage in while drawing cards, trying to stay even but applying pressure.
Exactly.
The other two, it is Jeff Curran versus Milo, I believe, on Earth, Water,
Yes.
Chaos. So that is
Scare.
the other of the top four. Will was defeated by the Earth, Water, Chaos. Rip Will Cagnazzo, indeed.
So the more this game goes on, the more I feel like it favors Mono Earth. I mean, obviously it's kind of clear that there's 4 backups versus 2, but once we get to the end game, which we're already pretty close to it, I don't think that Marcus can keep up with Mono Earth's end game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying, is just having one of those most powerful end games in the game, and now that Ryan's at 4 backups, able to threaten the Leo Wool turn at pretty much any time, and that can kind of turn the game on its head very quickly. I definitely like Viridian's spot between the two of them at this stage in the game. Only 1 damage, and of course we do see that EX burst over there. That first damage burst, very, very powerful, especially out of that left 6.
Just Ryan Chin things. Damage 1 burst.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few. We've seen a bunch of his games, but we have seen about other players as well. That damage 1 burst is definitely one of the most impactful things in some of these games.
Silch is probably going to go get, I guess, a Minfilia or an Ingus.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 6 cost. Oh, he recast it your name. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. He did not have a discount option available, so we had to pay the full price.
Which in this case, I think is completely fine. I think we're
Yeah.
on tempo.
I mean, it's always good to get the discount, but if you got the summons to spare, but if you do not, no biggie. 6 CP is still a fine cost for that card. Very powerful. This has definitely been one of my favorite cards that came out of set 19, for sure. Alright. Inga's probably going to go ahead and try to set up a Wool turn here. But Emmett being able to remove out both a guy and tutor up something definitely gained a lot of values. Definitely gives Mono Earth. We talked about decks with 40 good cards. And I think Mono Earth was there, right? It had about 40 good cards, and it didn't have a way of filling out that last bit. And now with Emmett Selk, I do think that kind of helped fill out the roster, right? It's almost like an extra copy of your Ingus to help you make sure that you're actually getting your game plan going down smoothly, but then also the removal aspect is just so important because the deck was pretty light on interaction.
Yeah, I think the Brittany's been playing Mono Earth for a little while now, and one of the things that we always tried to figure out was the forwards. The forwards was the weakness of the deck. We didn't know, like, should you play Robo Black Bell and Crystals? Should you play that's 4 backups. I was for a second just gonna go for the 5. Should you not play as many forwards? Should you play monsters? Should you play like Mirror Zombie, things like that? And now this whole adding with like Leo, Warrior Light, Garnet, Une kind of thing. There were still some spots of like what forwards should you play, but this Emmett Selch is filling that gap really well.
Absolutely. A Mont into a Genova, and this is pretty much that critical mass of, just nice end game that we mentioned, where a lot of these guys come out so cheap. Once he's, fully set up, Ingus is a 1 cost. Mont Leonis was almost nothing to play here. Genova was actually free because of the Mont. Une could have gotten a discount, and Emmett was a 2 CP 8k that killed something. So, even if Viridian were to lose his whole board, which he just did, it's not the end of the world for him. Rebuilding from here, he's still got a grip. And namely, that grip is Leo into Wool. I gotta imagine we're gonna get a Titus follow-up here. Or Emmett? Okay. Emmett into Ingus, into Trigger, get rid of that guy. This is a real smooth, clean turn, and then just another Wool for next turn. Yeah, just Ryan is completely in the driver's seat of this game. And I kind of imagine this is how this matchup's just going to go as well, unless something pretty drastic happens. I gotta imagine Marcus has to really put on the pressure to put Viridian in a bad spot before he can get to these types of situations.
I'm guessing with this posturing, there's a win special coming. Yep. Miss Dragon, oh no.
And here's just an embarrassment of riches on Viridian's side. And I gotta imagine this is probably where Marcus looks back at the board and says, I've seen enough. Yep, we're gonna go ahead and Titan. Get an Axstar out. That does definitely slow down Viridian, but everything's tapped. Bought himself 1 turn. I don't see a single card or any draws that are going to change it. Marcus agrees after looking over his deck. This is too much for me to deal with.
Ryan Chen takes game 1.
Yeah, pretty commanding game 1 too.
Yeah, the end game is just absurd. All your cards just end up costing very cheap, like Ingus becoming 1, Mont Leonis becoming a lot lower as well. You just have a lot of combo turns as well, and everything just flows so smoothly when you get to 5 backups with Mono Earth. Also, a lot of your cards either draw a card or search a card, so a lot of them are replacing themselves.
Yep, it's so cheap,
keep up with that value.
It's so powerful, all at the same time. Definitely where you want to be when you're looking at an end-game deck. Speaking of mono decks, I'm a little surprised we didn't see more mono water this week.
Yeah, I think this was an interesting weekend. I feel like, so we saw in Top Cut, like there's the Chart deck, the Knights deck,
Sam Primes.
I'm just thinking about like decks of the past, right?
Okay.
We didn't see any Wall 7, and
nope.
I think Wall 7 was kind of rare-ish already, but Full color wall was literally everywhere last set, and I believe, I mean, I could be wrong, but didn't only one of them make the top 16?
Yep, there was only one. I don't think there was very many in the room either. I think it was a pretty low overall count.
So I'd be interested to see how many of these top 16 decks face up against Full Color Wall. Because I'm curious if it just got pushed out of the format or not.
Well, I mean, it did lose to Knights, which was a notable rough matchup for it from last set. But I feel like it has a pretty okay play against most of the other decks, namely even this Mono Earth deck. I know Sergio did lose to Ryan in Swiss, but that was just one game. We didn't get a full set against it. I definitely think if there was a deck in the top cut that can take out the Mono Earth, it's either the Chaos Arc of Milo's, or it would have been Sergio's Wolf War.
All right, this is what Marcus needs to do.
Yep, just apply a bunch of pressure. I do like this. Took the Shantoto out of his hand. This is exactly what I was hoping. Or Marcus was hoping to be able to see to give Marcus a chance here. Because, as we mentioned, if we get into the late game, we've seen what happens if the Mono Earth deck gets to the late game. That's for sure.
Yeah, most certainly we're gonna probably see
Limit Break Toto.
Yeah.
But the trade-off of that is, right, we're losing our Limit Break for the rest of the game. That means no Titus for one of those really big plays. So even if we do, deal with the downside of that from Marcus's side.
We're looking for backup Shantoto first, I believe.
Oh my gosh, we missed again with Miner. That could be devastating here. So Viridian playing 2 cards down, essentially. I mean, Miner can't always miss those top 5 mechanics, as he likes to call them, cursed mechanics. Yep. Definitely did curse him here.
Is not a fan of Reveal 5 mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see, they definitely can go wrong. And of course that Toto is going to come down. He does have 4 cards, 4 backups and 1 card in hand still, but that could have been 3 cards in hand.
I do think that Ryan is still a little bit favored here, but yep. Marcus, I think he made the right plays. I think his best win percentage comes from what he just did.
Absolutely.
It looks like he has his Adana in his hand again, but I'm not sure if he's willing to throw away the Edgar yet. But we'll see.
Yeah, we have seen him operate off of just water backup, so throwing away the Edgar may be in his future. See him? Yep, there he goes. The king is down, and Zidane is in play. He's gonna take the M itself. Definitely want to get that guy out of here. Don't want any more removal. I gotta imagine this Minfilia is probably gonna go too. There's a few too many options of what you can get.
Just the Ingus in there is good enough for me to take it.
Yeah. Minfilia into Ingus into setup for the next turn. That's probably worth taking, yeah. Takes the damage. Alright, Ryan pushed to damage 5. Potentially staring down lethal if he cannot interact with the board.
draw a card of Miner.
Wow, if that was our draw for Miner, that was fantastic. That's
No,
exactly
it's only
what-
It's only 4K.
Oh,
4K.
oh, it's only 4K. Okay, does not get rid of the Zidane. We had that mistake one other time. Don't want it again.
You just had to bring that up, huh?
Of course, of course. Yeah, if it had cleaned up the Zidane here, I don't hate Ryan's position. Since I still wouldn't love his position, but since it didn't clean up that Zidane, I kind of hate Ryan's position. He's looking pretty dead. Yep, here's the damage. We do get a nice EX burst.
I mean, at bare minimum here, we can get Leo, which can get like Limerick's gone. Never mind. I was gonna say you can Cloud, but you can't. But now we can emit for Ingus for something, and that will get rid of the Zidane.
Oh, and here comes Cyan. Gonna go ahead and clean up the board.
I think he's gonna wait.
Yeah. But at least has the potential to clean up the board. Yep. Gonna go ahead and pick it up. So if Ryan had gone to play that in Excel to try and deal with something in response, Marcus could go ahead and fire off the Cyan, clean up the board, get rid of that Emmett, make sure Emmett can't kill something, and as long as that Zidane lives, he's looking good. Now that was a rough game for Ryan, right? Like we did still get a couple things right that game, but 2 minor misses was very rough. Some things definitely went in Marcus's favor.
Yeah, if Ryan had 2 more cards in hand, there's a good chance that Genova would not have done 4K, it would have made K. Like we probably would not have
absolutely
the Miner back up unless there was no gas. Like the CP definitely would have helped.
Absolutely. See. Game 3, 50 minutes remaining. Both these players playing pretty quick. Claris searching for a king, Kolka coming out. Viridian, of course, only having the 2 CP Kolka. So if his opponent doesn't play out anything, he may be inclined to just go ahead and play out that Kolka at some point with no value, which is still fine. It's still a 2 CP backup, but not. Sometimes we see that other Kolka come out from a lot of other players, the 4 CP, to be able to, really get his game plan going. Him searching that makes me think maybe he doesn't have Epitaph in hand, or has Epitaph in hand already, which I think he does. Alright, and we do have word that the other game is proceeding accordingly as well. They are in game 3 already as well.
Good call on the Epitaph.
Yep. There it is. Gonna get a Chalinka.
Five back. Ryan Chen always has the double.
The double leather worker. Very, very powerful. So this is the turn 2.
Yep.
5 backups? It's pretty good.
That was his last card? That was so good.
Yeah. Turn 2, 5 backups with an Ingus in hand. However, that Ingus is no longer there. And gonna play the Lena before damage. Really love that. Gonna leave the Minfilia in hand, but it doesn't matter. We'll Tyro anyways.
This is Ingus or Emmett, most likely.
That's for sure Ingus, yeah. The Damage 1 Tyro. Very powerful here.
What do you think Viridian's percentages are on hitting a damage 1 EX burst?
100% for sure.
I think yeah, I think if there's one in his deck, it's 100%. If there's 0 EX burst in his deck, it's still 100%.
All right, so we did go ahead Genova Synthesis, deal with that Zidane. All this just off that back of that Tiro EX burst. Very, very strong. Alright, Terra getting back a Bahamut. Not able to take advantage of the discount. Now, if you're Viridian, or we just pushing the gas at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to end the game.
Find some damage. Yeah.
We're so far ahead right now. We should definitely try to end the game.
Yeah, I believe the Inga search was just very, very fast. It was for the Genova Synthesis. Alright, looks like we have an Une coming out here. Pitch to the Warrior of Light. Tap. Wait, did we overpay for that?
No, we removed 2 love 6s.
And then tapped 4?
No, we played Kusith.
Oh, we played Kusith. I didn't even see him play Kusith. We played it so quick. Oh, the Ingus was wide. These players are playing very, very quickly. Okay. It does look like the Chaos match has wrapped up. I don't know if we have our winner from it yet, or if we know who our winner from it was. Lena coming back down battlefield.
A bunch of draw go turns here.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. It definitely, once again, favors Ryan. So the longer this game goes, the more chances of him assembling his end, which is definitely more powerful than opponents. Right. So it looks like we're attacking with Incus. Yep. Damage, Yuzuki. Alright, gonna leave Genova back to block and play out a Mont here. Mont's going to target Warrior of Light post-combat. This is an interesting play. Could have gotten this in pre-combat, gotten in 2 extra points of damage.
I think it's just a safety net. Also, this might be a reason why.
Interesting. So end of turn, pulled out the Zidane. Zidane got tightened. Did take out a Neo X Death out of Ryan's hand, but it's gone. Ryan drew back up. Looks like a Garnet Warrior of Light in hand now. Now, if you're Marcus, what gets you back into this game? Because it's looking rough.
Oh, Tyvis Axstar is probably where I'd start.
Yeah, it's like I'm okay with the board looking like this and Tyvis Axstar being our line out if my opponent was at any amount of damage, but the fact that Viridian's at 1 damage only, it's really not. There's a lot of points that still have to come across, and we're playing a backup. I don't know if we're going to get too much more value out of this backup, but of course we are going to get the Tyvus. Think we're going to go ahead and play the Tyvus? Yep. There's the Axstar. Yep, everything's going to go sideways.
Okay.
Now, unfortunately, with the way that worked, is we're not getting to play anything into play off Axstar. We didn't kill anything with Axstar. We really are just playing the Axstar just to stall. Not where I want to be.
Now, if Viridian slams a Leo here, I think
Leo
it
into
game's over.
Titus.
Yeah.
Actually, if he drew one more water card, he would just have enough to just naturally Titus. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and get rid of the Titus with the Garnet, and that does leave us almost enough for lethal for next turn. 5 points potentially. Leo coming down.
Loose hand is Ward, love 6. You can't play the Ward.
Can't play the left 6. Uh-oh.
So this is probably Zach or Luna Freya turn.
I gotta imagine it's a Luna Freya Hail Mary. Hope to hit something real good.
I guess you could do both. You could Luna Freya first, and then Zach after the Luna Freya. Adds a card.
Assuming it, yeah.
So you're always going to add a card no matter what.
Oh yeah. But yeah, hopefully it EXs too. Wouldn't hurt. Oh, just tapping 3, so it's probably just Zach. Gonna go ahead and yeah, I think I would have liked doing the Luna Freya first, but so Luna Freya could have potentially hit like Leviathan, bounced the Garnet, and then swung. So that way we're not losing our Axstar. Now without Axstar in play, I don't know if there's a route to victory here. Emmett Salt kind of be... This is a Hythodius ankle, probably? Yep. Just a 3 CP. Does threaten the combo activation next turn, but honestly I don't even know if I'm concerned about that. It's more of just having a 3 CP 8k that can trigger Emmet. Damage, 2 damage, a selfie. Gonna go ahead and get something back. Probably Tyvus.
Jeff just waved at the camera. Hi, Jeff. Alright, this is the turn. I think we need another Tyvus Axstar turn, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, we really were not able to capitalize on that other Tyvus Axstar turn. We applied 0 damage and removed almost nothing. Ryan, as we mentioned, once he gets to those 5 backups, he can just kind of pump out threats, just non-stop.
Okay.
All right.
Does Viridian still have removal? No.
Looks like we're gonna go ahead and do the 9k to the board. Okay.
Okay.
So this does deal with it. We need Viridian to brick for quite a few hits here.
Attack, no damage taken because I'm not Leonis.
Correct. But unfortunately, a brick off the top is not what he has. He has an Ingus here that's probably going to be very live, pretty much no matter what it gets. I think Marcus may have an Amat he's debating. I don't know if it's super relevant. Okay, it looks like he has Lena S in hand. He's debating firing off in response. And Meridian with the answer, the Mist Dragon. Very rough. Ingus going to go ahead and resolve. Get a Genova synthesis. We are at 5 backups this time, so if that Genova comes out, clears up the board. Looks like that's exactly what it's going to do. Pitch some irrelevant cards and pass it back over. Marcus with 3 cards and a dream.
I guess it makes sense to do it right now because if he gets like Zidane, that's really bad.
Yes, but absolutely.
I feel like Raiden wasn't under any like threat, but Zidane is the reason to.
Yeah, I definitely think it was pretty reasonable to go ahead and get it done, especially with Zidane. He does have a lot of life to play with, but although now Marcus has set up a pretty okay board here. If he can like off the top like a Furion and if he has like another Leo in his limit break, I'm not sure. He could have quite a good hand here, or next turn here for Marcus, and potentially swing back the momentum in his favor. As long as he gets back to his turn with most of these forwards in play, the momentum might be his.
There's a lot of back and forth going on in these last like 3 turns for each player.
Absolutely.
And what I'm noticing is just like, Ryan still has his whole limit break deck.
He does, yeah. He's got his whole limit break deck, 5 backups, and quite a few cards in hand. So there's a bunch of options on his side.
I'm wondering if he's thinking about just passing.
Passing, see if Marcus wants to devote more to the board, and then potentially could Chantoto limit break. He was looking for his targets. I'm trying to think. I think he may be out of target. No, he's got another Une. Okay.
His last
he does have
Warrior
of Light in hand, yeah. So he can pitch that, play the Une.
I saw him keep it, and I was expecting.
So we're gonna remove some summons here. Yeah, going to keep the Kuseth in there. Definitely, if the Une can untap, it's very relevant. So I gotta imagine what we're bouncing. Lena, are we bouncing a forward? I don't know if we are. Obviously, Emmett's going to kill Axstar.
We don't bounce Ward because Axstar plus Ward is enough to kill Une.
Yeah, and we don't bounce Tyvis.
Yeah, and we don't bounce Axstar because playing the Axstar
stalls our turn.
Freezes everything.
Yep.
And
so we're not bouncing a forward, we're just bouncing a backup, but it's more the Emmett trigger kill Axstar here. Checking limit break deck. 3 left on Marcus's side. So you can only get one potential more 3-drop out of his Limit Break deck. Definitely, it seems like Ryan's really debating on leaving the Axstar alive and hoping it can't hit 9k on the attack.
Oh, you did bounce Typhus. Oh, we have an 8k as well with the... That's the missing piece we forgot to mention. The 8k with the Emmet.
Oh no, that was a given in my book. That was always going in Axstar. That's what I thought, but it looked like he was debating leaving the Axstar in play.
Okay, this is how Marcus comes back.
It absolutely is. Now, if Viridian actually runs out of threats here,
this is a turn where if like he drew double backup, it's not good. Kusith, the board wipe back. Oh my goodness!
it is almost perfect. Because I think that was his last Genova Synthesis, so it was like one of his only options. Because he only runs 2 Kusiths, and he only runs 2 Genova Synthesis. I think that was his last out left in the deck for exactly that scenario, which is very, very good. Very, very tight game.
Alright, Winifred, what are we going to hit?
You know, we mentioned as long as this game went long, it was in Ryan's favor, but he has kind of drawn a little bit of the wrong side of the deck at the wrong time, so... Oh, taking a Lena. He smartly left up the Lena, gets the EX burst. This could be really big for Marcus.
Ryan quickly draw past.
He didn't activate the Lena end of turn, which makes me think he didn't have a water card there. So he probably had a fire card plus the Lena. Otherwise, I would imagine the Zidane would have come out.
Counting decks here.
So it was 8. I don't know how many Viridian had. I think it was 8 on Marcus's side. Viridian, once again, still with a full Limit Break deck, but quite a few of his Leos are down already. I don't know if he has many more.
Did he just pass again? I think he was like, do I do this? Do I do... Nah, just pass.
I think he was debating Noctising. And then decide against it. Okay, so 9 cards left in Ryan's deck. Is definitely getting grindy. This is a very, very close. I am on the edge of my seat.
I think Ryan has a Leo in his hand.
Yeah.
So I think he's waiting for one turn to go for Leo Titus, because he wants to be able to miss Dragon on some kind of, Ama or Kuchuan, things like that.
Okay, so Ward does not deal with Genova. Not by itself, at least. I definitely see a pair of dragons in Viridian's hand.
So this is interesting. Do we block this? No? Okay. Because it's taking a card off of both players' decks.
Yeah, no, honestly, the damage is almost irrelevant. It's the card. With how close deck counts are. This is such a gripping match. Alright, we're going to go ahead and fire off the Mist Dragon.
Yep, Mist Dragon followed.
We're going to get the Lena in response, and then we're going to get a Mist Dragon in response to the response, I imagine.
Maybe not though, because we can still like Shintoto Limit Break, right?
We
it
could.
Just depends what Marcus is targeting. Now, Viridian needs to keep in mind he's drawing a card off of this Mr. Dragon,
Yeah.
so he's gonna draw 2 cards here.
Yeah, if the Zidane, he's gonna draw 2 cards here one way or another, either the Zidane or the second Mist Dragon. He is gonna fire off the second Mist Dragon, so he is drawing 2 cards.
Yeah. So I think it's 6-4 if I saw right, which means they're even. But
Yep, Viridian's at 6 and 4 on Marcus's. Oh my goodness.
So now it's 4-4. So if Marcus deals a point of damage, he'll win. Otherwise, Viridian's gonna win at the moment.
Oh man, my heart's pounding.
So this makes me feel like it's not a...
Oh, Emmett? Do we even have a search target? Do we want to search? I gotta imagine we don't have a target.
Oh my god. This is a very big turn.
Absolutely. So Mont looks like it's gonna be pulling out a Warrior of Light. Not 100% sure.
Oh, this game's close.
It is way closer than I ever would imagine during multiple points of this. I thought it was almost a foregone on either side multiple times. So this is very interesting.
Okay, that damage means Marcus has to win this turn. His next turn. This is Marcus's last turn.
All right, so are we going to ping with the Warrior of Light? Force Marcus to discard a card? No. Okay.
Is the Furion... Furion's not dull, right?
Furion's not present now.
Yeah, there we go. Now the good thing is, there it is. All right, Ryan wins. With 1 card in deck, Furion can attack. But if there's no cards in deck, Furion couldn't attack.
Oh my goodness! What a game! What a game! Absolutely great job by both players playing through such a very tough match.
So the highlight card for me for that match. So there were multiple times I thought Marcus was done for, like Dunzo.
Oh, for sure.
The card that pulled him back, Cyan.
Yeah.
That card
twice
just out of nowhere.
Twice.
Oh,
Really
yeah,
big
twice.
board lights.
That was like nuts. That was a crazy last third game. That was oh man, so happy I got to commentate that. That was so good.
A little bit. There's so much back and forth.
Yeah.
I genuinely am almost like speechless because I was just so actually gripped and watching. I didn't even know what to say at some points. They're both players playing with such great pace of play as well.
You could tell they both had a good time too. Like after the game,
Yeah.
you know, the post commentary, you know, talking about the game, they were both smiling a lot. They were both very like, whoa, they understand how close of a game that was.
Absolutely. Oh man. All right. Well, that does give us our finals. So we will be going to our final for the event. Will either be Ryan Chen or Milo Mosquera. Now this is Ryan's probably toughest matchup. I know he said he didn't want to fight against the Emmett Selk. We've kind of followed a good number of Ryan's games throughout the day, but this is definitely a rough one.
Yeah, the one thing I will say that is Ryan has a lot of experience with Chaos Architects. So
That's true.
Knowing both sides of the matchup, I think, is a very big benefit.
Absolutely.
That being said, I'm gonna pull up Milo's deck list real quick.
Yeah, because I mean, we constantly mention the top end of Ryan's deck being so powerful, but there is one top end in this game that is usually more more powerful, and that is Chaos Art.
Right. So the only new card outside of Limit Break that's in Milo's deck is the new 1 CP Leviathan. Choose a card in your damage zone, add it to your hand, draw a card, and then put a card to your damage. It's the only new card. So everything else, it's kind of normalized. It's what we've seen before. It is a Siren version of the deck. Also, there's only 2 Chaoses and 2 Arcs.
Ooh, that I feel gives Viridian a little bit of an edge with only 2 of each of the combo pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Viridian doesn't have disruption for it though, so there's no hand disruption, there's no Zidane to put a stop to that. So once Milo gets it, he can just kind of get it. The biggest threat is potentially losing out on stuff with like getting misdragoned if his arcs do get misdragoned or something. But essentially, it is an inevitability for that Earth Water deck to be able to assemble that combo. So you mentioned a bunch of times who is the aggressor, who's the
Viridian is the aggressor.
Yep, and for the first time we've seen Viridian. He is now going to be the aggressor. Absolutely.
I think that kind of sums up the matchup, right? I think
exactly.
For 9 times out of 10, Viridian is most likely not the aggressor. In this scenario, like the Earth Water Chaos Arc deck, I think the only time it'll be the aggressor is if it's like an early Une or an early Man in Black. Due to like bad hands, I guess I would say. That's I think the only time we would see the Earth Water deck being aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with him only having 2 pieces of the combo, like I mentioned, the more he can apply being the aggressor, the bigger advantage I think Viridian can get. Now, of course, once he starts applying some of that pressure, getting the 4-color Warrior Light out gives a pretty big discount to that Chaos Arc. So that can also be a little bit of a downside when he's trying to apply the pressure and get advantage.
All right, I am assuming we're gonna take a little small break for the players. We'll see if we can get an ETA on when we'll start the finals. But until then, stick around, and we'll be back here in a bit.
Yep, should be fairly soon. All right, and our players are here. We'll be shuffling up. Ryan, of course, with the play draw option against Milo.
This is I have to point this out, and yes, I'm gonna jinx it.
Oh,
Brian's undefeated right now.
it's true.
If he wins,
This would be a true clean sweep.
yeah, that means I wouldn't be the only one. You know what I'm
That's true. That's true.
No, it's not about me. It's these players definitely deserve to be in the finals. Been told it's pronounced Milo, not Milo.
Oh, Milo?
Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Repping the Kill sleeves.
Love it.
I played against them in San Diego a little while back. I think he was on 4A back then.
Where are those limit break sleeves? Do you know what those are?
I am not sure, but I recognize them as well. We'll have untimed finals here. Players are reviewing the deck lists. As we pointed out a little bit ago, I think the obscurities of the deck lists are Milo is only playing 2 Chaos and 2 Arc. It is a Siren version of the deck, and the only new cards are limit break cards and a 1 CP Leviathan from the new set. Whereas for Ryan Chen, I would say the obscurities in his deck, if you want to count Chelinka as one, that's one. That's a little bit abnormal. The Lev 6s, which I'm not sure if they'll be that great in this matchup, but I guess they do technically do something to the Chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to get rid of the Chaos is relevant. Being able to get rid of the Chaos without having to put out a forward, especially.
Yeah.
And of course, here is the trophy that players are playing for. Both players, of course, also looking forward to the 3-round bye at Nats. Very powerful. But no, I do like the Leviathan inclusion for the mono Earth deck. It's definitely been relevant for him, at least in terms of EX burst and just being a water card to help him cast some of his other notable cards, mostly Une.
So they're going to be shuffling up and starting here soon. I'm a pretty big stats guy, as you know, and I know you pretty much are too. Have you looked at the breakdown of the decks in Materia Hunter?
In what aspect?
Do you know what the most played card is?
Is it Kuchlane, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what the second most played card is?
I'm guessing it's gonna be Lev.
Yeah, Lev 6. All right. Also, the top 6 cards are all water cards.
I mean, it does make sense. We had a fire, water, water, lightning. This mono earth that's also playing the Lev 6. Actually, surprised Lev 6 didn't take it over almost, just being number 1. I imagine it's really close though. But I did notice last night that Kuchlane was number 1. Like, oh,
yes.
Yeah, that card's good.
And the top Earth cards, I mean, Warrior Light's number 6 technically, but it's tied with Amaterasu. But the top Earth cards,
that's still a water card.
Yeah, true. Warrior Light, and then Tyro, and then Mist Dragon, and then after that's Delita as a knight. So to me, this is kind of
that's a pretty big drop.
Yeah, it's a
and look, this isn't wet format is what we're saying.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, exactly. This isn't exactly accurate with stats, because not all cards are 3-ofs, right? But that being said, and also with like some of the Earth decks playing like the Hyphelodius combo and stuff like that, those decks play one-ofs all the time.
Absolutely.
But I just wanted to point it out because both these players are playing Earth cards, and they kind of went through the trenches, you know.
Absolutely. They're both playing Earth cards, but both of them were contributing to those top 2 stats a little bit, right? With their water contribution.
Yeah, sure.
All right, and Claire's coming out, and a Kryl on Milo's side.
I think we're definitely going to have a game of get to 4 or 5 backups before doing things on both sides.
It's a gentleman's game, as you will.
Yeah, unless somebody has a bad hand.
Yeah, it does not look to be the case. I see a Thornton coming down on Milo's side.
Nope, it's Iridia.
Oh.
He does have a Thornton, though, in his hand.
Okay. I thought the Thornton was what was going to be hopping down, but Iridia makes sense, too. Yes, we may be able to get that fixed. Yuzuki's mom is the previous deck from top 4. If we can get that updated for finals, it should be the NyQuil deck for Milo. Always love that about Final Fantasy decks, and getting everybody's creative names in there. You know what deck we haven't seen a lot of this season? Viridian's deck. We do see a Viridian deck in Top Cut here. It's a type of Viridian deck, that's for sure.
Alright, so Milo got rid of 2 of the Amalevs and got Yuna here. That's a little worrying from my side. There are a lot of premium targets to cancel. But maybe there's not enough water?
Yeah. Alright, and Viridian just go ahead and ramping out to 4.
There's a Thornton. So in this matchup, I'm curious if he's even going to try to do a Chaos or an Arc as a combo piece. I feel like the answer to that's no, because Viridian's playing a monocolor deck. Yeah, we see Milo go for Siren.
Yeah.
And Siren's not unstoppable in this matchup either, due to Viridian playing cards like Genova.
Yep. Just going around it, not necessarily targeting it.
Mm-hmm.
We've definitely seen his preference for using that as a board removal tool. It's very powerful.
I'd assume this Tyro is going to get an Angus or an Emmet. I feel like those are always the top 2. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Unless he already has it. Oh, there we go. It answered my question.
Yep.
Angus no search on purpose. I see. So Viridian must think this is going to go to deck out, or have the chance to go to deck out.
That, I mean, he did also have 5 cards in hand already, so maybe he just wanted to play out a very cheap, very powerful threat. You know, as you mentioned, Viridian very well versed on both sides of this matchup, so I gotta imagine he's got some plan going on in that noggin of his. right? Luna Freya flipping here. We did hit a Lev 6, always a very powerful card. Wonder if that is going to be our option. Bouncing the Ingus isn't that good, but it's also not that bad considering Viridian didn't even elect to draw with it, so it's not like maybe he might elect to not draw with it again. I don't know if I want to give my opponent that kind of an option. We do see Anima there as well. I like Anima a lot in this matchup for Milo. Une is going to be the pick. And we have a massive grip here, so we're definitely going to play something. Probably that Une. Probably 2 Leviathans going down. Bring the cost down.
Something tells me this is going to be a long match, huh?
Absolutely. So we did elect to go ahead and bounce that Ingus. I think that's just very interesting that, you know, Viridian went ahead and like you mentioned, preemptively kind of started not searching his deck. The potential for this to go to game out is deck out is very probable. Both these players know it.
I wonder if in this scenario, okay, he missed, but I wonder if he would have taken a backup. I'm not sure if miner's up to 1, but if he's going to have 5 cards, I'm curious if he would have just declined anyways. I guess we won't know that answer.
Yep.
Because he missed.
The world may never know.
Oh, minor you do have to add. It is not selectable.
Good to know. And of course, you know, Une for an Une, as they say, right? It's an eye for an eye, and Une for an Une.
Yeah, it's... I mean, we're probably going to be doing it for a little while. So, like, Milo has to be a little careful here. Because if he's going to deploy the Une again, there are threats of board wipes on Ryan's side. And at this point, it's getting to that point. I'm pretty sure he would clear an Une and a Siren, and the Luna Freya, of course. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if we would limit break Shintoto.
That's the big question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. If it's Vincent, I do not like picking up the Vincent. So Ryan can Vincent the Une and now just Genova Synthesis, right?
Yep.
We know he has Genova in his hand. Yeah, there's a Siren trigger. We'll see what happens. Oh, it's a forward. Yep, here we go. It's going to happen. This was we don't. I think we were supposed. Oh wait, thinking about it.
No, I think this is exactly. Maybe not.
So I understand not wanting to bounce the Tyro, but Tyro is how Ryan can play the Une again. Now we know he just saw a level 6 revealed, but um, we if we bounce the Tyro, then the Une wars basically stop. Yep,
Yeah.
there's Genova. We're gonna miss Dragon to protect. I'm protecting this Une if I'm him. Oh. Okay, it's targeting the Siren.
Ooh, I don't know if I like that, but I think I'm with you on wanting to save the Une.
And we're gonna miss Dragon cancel. And Milo's ward's gonna get the Une should be dead. Yep. Alrighty. I think Milo chose the Siren because he thought the Une was gonna live. That's my guess.
Oh, forgot about the Vincent damage.
Yeah. But either way, it wouldn't have mattered, right?
Yeah,
because
because Ryan had the extra Mist Dragon. This is very interesting. It's based on the just very similar to like a very traditional Magic the Gathering control match versus control match, right? Where we're seeing like counter spell with another counter spell coming out. It's
there's a lot
very
of
interesting.
Yes, and then also board wipes are going to happen on both sides, and also the just the interaction is pretty big, and this is I don't have another way to say it. This is pure Final Fantasy. It's Final Fantasy at its finest, where you're jockeying for card advantage. You are interacting with your opponent's board. You're interacting with like at instant speed. The Mist Dragon's mattering.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's very it's definitely grinding, but definitely gripping as well. Where it's going to be both players battling for every little inch in this matchup.
So Ryan chose not to attack with a Genova. I can see.
And EX
not
Burst
attacking.
here could
Yeah,
kind of flip the game on its head with
And
how
Milo's-
tight the margins are. I get it.
and yeah, Milo's bursts are like astronomical. They're like the best burst in the game. So
Yeah, a Thornton there could be just absolutely backbreaking. And once again, we haven't seen Milo assemble, Chaos Arc. And I imagine, some of this is intentional on Viridian's side, where he really doesn't want to play out too much that can make that Chaos Arc come out cheap. We haven't seen the Wolf, or probably not going to. And
so we're putting Viridia to top and drawing 2 cards.
Yep.
Oh,
And we
there's the
do
damage
have-
3. There's the burst. Goodbye, Titus, and picking up a Garnet or an Une. Garnet.
Yep, and those are that's that astronomical burst you mentioned.
That is the third level 6.
No more of those, but still plenty of other very good bursts in Milo's deck.
So, here's okay. Milo has a lot of cards in hand, but I think there's some logic to not bouncing the Titus, even though it's a removable spell, right? Literally because if you had a Chaos, then it costs 2 less. I don't know if that's the right play or not, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something to think about for sure.
And that's the third Amalev, I believe. Oh no, we're removing it. Sorry.
I do think him being on only 2 Chaos Arcs, really, this is about the spot where it's really starting to hurt him.
Alright, so Lone Break Noctis. Getting back Mont Leonis. And trying to 8k the Siren. Okay. Now Mont Leonis costs 2. Now it costs 1. And we're attacking. Okay, that's the third Amalev. Now, if Une can recur, then we'll be able to get it back. But that being said, Milo's at 6 damage.
Yep. Yeah, definitely being patient and then kind of turning on the jets all at once is the name of this game, and that is what Viridian has done. He's put himself in a pretty good spot.
I think Viridian kind of checked Milo there. I don't know if he was going to play a 6-drop. I guess it doesn't matter. We already used Emmett's effect. But Viridian tried to shoot the I forget which was Une or Siren. The effect is optional to mill.
Yes. Yeah, for the Siren protection.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, a point is if you shoot the Une, then Emmett can trade with either forward, so I guess that's a thing. But okay, we see a Shantoto from Milo. Yeah, maybe he was trying to attack with the Emmet. But I was trying to... I don't think this is the point anymore. I guess my point was... we do Angus for Mont and Mont for Wolf 4, and Wolf 4 has haste attacks.
Yep, that'll do it. That'll be a wrap. So, yeah, I think what you were getting there was... you were
Mill a card for free.
Yeah, just checking to see how much Milo valued the Milo card at this stage of the game. And it seemed like he didn't mind. Which told Viridian, okay, I'm gonna try to go for game. Which I think that's a pretty fair way of kind of checking that and seeing what angle to go after. I think that was a really well played game by Ryan, and we'll see how game 2 ends up here. Now, once again, we did not get to see Chaos Arc do their thing, you know. Even though Milo was about halfway through his deck, there were no Chaos or Arcs fully assembled.
We're being told on the backside, I guess Ryan and Milo played in San Diego for last format, and it was the same two archetypes. That's kind of funny. I mean, there's new cards out now, right? Although, oh, okay, yeah, Ryan was playing with Chark though.
Yeah, swap which
Mono
player
Earth
had
Chark.
which deck. That's kind of funny.
That's yeah. Well, they both had Chark in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
But it's still Mono Earth versus Water Earth. What is? Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out what that extra card was.
All right, players shuffled up and drew. Milo gonna start us off. All right, so he did go ahead and opt for putting the arc in the break zone. I don't know. This is a very interesting line. I don't know if I like it in how this matchup worked out last game. Viridian seemed very cautious on searching too much, and then I don't know. I kind of just don't want. I kind of just want to draw my arc. He does, of course, have Man Black, and the Ico itself can pull back the arc for when need be, so it is kind of safekeeping.
Okay, I think both of these hands. Okay, we probably drew the Epitaph. We went turn one Tyro. I don't think that's ever something people want to do.
Yeah.
And then Milo with the turn two Yuna, but overpaying. We'll see how this goes. Okay, it looks like both of them drew kind of out of it. I'm guessing this is going to get Iridia. And that should fix a lot of your problems. Yeah. All right. Let's see if you miss again, Viridian. Nope. All right. How many backups does he play? Is it about 18 or 17? Let's
I believe it's 17.
Yeah, it's 17.
The math's pretty close on both, but obviously higher number better.
Yeah, I think if I was personally playing Mono Earth, I'd do 18. But I think
that's what I opted for when I played in Florida.
But when I was playing it in Chark, I did 17 because it's 5 cards deeper. Like, and it just depends on what your mindset is, right? Like Chark decks don't always go to 5 backups.
Sure.
But Mono Earth,
you
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we've seen, that Genova Synthesis is absolutely relevant. You gotta be at 5 for that be live.
Okay, so this is probably going to be either Garnet plus Arc, or I mean, we already have Yuna. I mean, I think the Milo plus 2 Yunas.
I thought it was what?
Yep, there's 2 Yunas.
Okay.
So Yuna Mist Dragon, I guess. Yeah. I was curious if he was going to go for like Rydia and a water summon, but like an Amalef. Looks like we're playing an Une this turn. All right. Kolka discarding Genova Synthesis to get rid of that
That's a
Une.
nice, clean answer for that Une.
We have a Cryo for this dragon.
And this really is just a summon match back and forth. Very grindy control game going. A little bit of a gentleman's game, you know, getting all their backups out. Now we're gonna start a little bit of draw go and a little bit of kind of testing the waters and see who can gain some pretty significant advantage and kind of crack the game open. Milo, unfortunately, with so few forwards, really has to be at Viridian's behest on whatever pace he wants to play at. Alright, so he's gonna try to force the issue here a little bit by Minfiliating.
Yep.
How are we gonna fire off that miss? Yeah.
That Minfilia turned into like a discard 2 out of Milo's hand.
Yep. Yeah, instead of it being a +2, it's a discard 2. I think it's worthwhile still, but
yeah, I think Ryan's happy about that. Also, theoretically, I mean, if we saw this, that'd be kind of cool. Minfilia can break chaos if it's ever in play.
That's true. We haven't seen that happen in quite a
very
while.
long time.
Minfilia has not been the most relevant standard card, but alright, Milo's gonna go ahead and get some forwards out.
We have a Mist Dragon protecting Siren from taking damage.
And this is Viridian's second Genova Synthesis, so
yep,
as second and final one.
I see the Chaos Arc in Milo's hand, but that costs 9.
Yeah, Viridian obviously being very cautious about putting too much out on the board to kind of get set up. 6 Luna Freya coming out.
We had a Thornton. What is your choice here?
Oof. Oh man. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't envy his spot. I don't know what I'm getting. I think my brain is racked, and I haven't been playing today. Just been watching.
I don't think there's one perfect card here. We already have Chaos Arc.
I see him pulling Anima to the top. I do like Anima to remove this Genova Synthesis and make it so Viridian has no more answers to my Siren. So
yeah, my initial thought was a card like Kusith or Garnet or Anima was an option. Like something that does something and draws a card is what I was trying to look for.
Yeah, I think Anima is where I'm leaning. Unless we already have an Anima in the break zone, in which case Garnet is my next pick.
Yeah, and he gets Garnet.
He did go for the Garnet.
Alright, we see Mist Dragon break zone.
So very notable, there is an Arc in there. Bunch of Unes, a bunch of Mist Dragons. This is a pretty hefty Mist Dragon. Definitely cuts Milo off quite a few different angles of attack for the rest of the game.
I wonder how many times these players have done this in this tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, Tyra's not a bad card. It works both for and against Viridian here. Getting a Shadow Lord.
Alright, now we see a Garnet from Viridian. I think he... Oh, he's warping it. Okay. For a second I thought he was just getting it back.
I really like warping it here. He has to remove 2 Mist Dragons from Milo's yard. So Milo only has 1 Mist Dragon left, which he did draw, by the way. But a lot of times this Garnet is fairly safe, so... And it's not a, a speed match. As we saw, Ryan's going to take his time, get to a point where he can set up a full board, and then really turn on the jets all at once. Alright, damage 1 EX for Viridian as well. Gonna go ahead and get himself a king. Now, here's a really scary thing. If Viridian had hit a Levsing, right? That could have just been so bad for Milo,
Yeah,
right?
true.
You know, getting rid of the chaos, giving himself back the Genova synthesis. I would almost say like the game is actually over on the spot if the Lev 6 had been one of those points of damage.
Yeah, true. I don't even know if I would have got rid of the chaos. I think I just would have bounced Genova and got back Warrior Light, and then
I mean,
cast
that's
the Genova
fine
next
too.
turn.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we do know he has Milo has an Arcane Hand. Ryan
Yes.
doesn't know, but we know he has an Arcane.
Right.
But man, would that have been horrific.
Okay, this is gonna get another 6 costs.
Yep, I assume we're gonna play it. Mila's not responding before the search. I'm a little curious about this. 'Cause he could kill the Emmet before the play happens. Maybe he thinks something, whatever he's getting, could be more threatening. And he's not entirely wrong. The Une is definitely threatening.
One, two, three. On to so it costs 7. Where's mine 7? So we discard 2. Okay.
Oh, there was the Lev 6. There is a Lev 6, I guess. I should say. Protects the. Maybe that's part of the reason why we didn't worry about trying to protect the chaos. Oh,
Yep,
and
and we
we
miss
are gonna
dragon.
miss dragon.
It's the last Miss Dragon for
Ooh.
Milo.
That's a really good miss dragon. Stops the Une from coming in. Stops the one of Ryan's miss dragons. Is now gone forever. And now we're gonna go ahead and arc. I think we should have arced first, right? Get all those cards in the bin.
Yeah, I think so too. To get them removed. Yeah.
Yeah. So then we could had 3 more cards removed from the game. Not the end of the world, but
I also think
the
that
Emmet trigger happened. It targeted Siren and it failed off of a summon flip.
I also think that there's some merit if you're gonna wait until Living Phase 2, like the end of turn for Arc. I think you should just wait till your turn. Just draw 2 cards, see what other options you have.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially knowing, I mean, now Ryan actually has a target to pull back with this Garnet, whereas if we had either done it initially or waited, there would not have been a target.
Yep.
Right? He only
Now he would have cast it in response, but yes, like,
sure. Yeah.
Make him do that, right?
Exactly. Force him down, more narrow lines rather than giving him options. Right, so we're Kusithing back Garnet. I imagine we're just gonna hard cast the Garnet, get back into Arc here. No, I only see 2 being tapped.
I think if we do Garnet for Arc, I think we're gonna see this Minfilia break Chaos, or try. But maybe not because of Siren. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, breaking and then fizzling to the Siren is very devastating. We did go for the warp, it looks like. I'm not sure if I'm crazy about that. I think I do want to go ahead and just get the... Like, I kind of want to kill the Emmet.
So we have Garnet on the stack. Did you draw a summon, Ryan? Oh, I see a Titan.
Is it even worth firing it off, though? I mean, at this point, some of these hits are just going to be mill triggers that, if potential, we're just going to mill them. Alright, looks like we're opting just for the one card. Seems fine.
Ryan's been showing a lot of free cards this game. He's been doing something and then taking it back. I don't think it's going to matter in a slower matchup, per se, but it is still free knowledge.
A lot of uncertainty going on for both sides on trying to make sure these are very deliberate plays. Almost the exact opposite of our last game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got Lunafreya for Kusith, which is probably getting Montleonis, is my guess.
Yep.
Oh, no, it's Genova.
But, I mean, here's the thing. All those cards could have been RFG.
Yeah, true. We could have played the Mont, right? Yeah, with just discard 2, play the Mont, revive the Genova. That could have happened.
Yeah.
But we chose not to play the Mont. I guess if we want it for the future, because we still have the Kusith.
Yeah, we could still Kusith back Mont and then play like Warrior of Light or something.
Yeah, that might be the logic behind that.
Milo definitely went for this later game strat of warping the Garnet out. I don't know if I'm crazy about it.
So Milo breaks the Ico, gets back arcs the Genova. Ryan discards 2.
Does still deal with the board.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
And
oh, there's a Thoradin.
Yeah, the Thoradin burst. Searching for Shantota backup. It's funny, I mentioned the Montleonis, right? The way this played out, the Montleonis was not the right play.
Yeah. We just got Chantoto'd.
Yeah. All right, that's Mist Dragon to break. That's all the Mist Dragon's gone if it resolves, which it will, right? Yep.
Yep. This is definitely one of the big things about this matchup, and now that they're gone, that was a really good time for that Mist Dragon. I think getting a little too greedy with that Garnet is definitely costing Milo here.
No, it cannot attack. Okay. Does not have haste.
It is not suspend.
Nope.
I believe Minfilia only comes in non-foil form.
But who knows? Legacy reprint someday.
Always possible. The full art of the card looks amazing. The foil looks amazing. But,
the trophy looks amazing.
I wish the trophy does look. I wish I had a full art foil. Though. That would be nice.
All right, Kusith for Genova. It looks like.
And this Genova has seen so much work. If we could have gotten that Genova out of the game, oh man, if only.
Yep.
I mean, Viridian has relied on it in so many matches.
So it's funny. I know Viridian in the past. Genova was not RFG. Genova got arced from the Chaos Arc. In the past, Viridian didn't play multiple Genovas because Heck 3 was floating around here and there. And
Yeah.
I think Heck 3 is the kind of card you don't play at the first tournament. I think it's a card you play when metas are established, right?
I mean, I'm not even sure if I want Heck 3 in this matchup in particular, though. I mean, it is a relevant summon. So many of these backups are very replaceable. Obviously, hitting Tiro on Viridian side is pretty devastating.
It's more of a Viridian playing Genova, and you get Heck 3 means it's
only
4K.
Oh, for sure,
8K.
for sure.
So your Siren lives.
Yep. Especially a deck like the Earth Water Chaos Arc, he could have tried to squeeze it into the deck with a Rydia summon or Rydia tutor and then so many summon recursions. I definitely think including a card like that in Milo's list could have been an edge that he could have gotten to really hedge for this matchup. And we haven't seen it yet, but I imagine deck count is on both players' minds. Do you see the decks are starting to get a little low? Viridian gonna go ahead and finally go for his combo. Milo says, wait a second, what do you think about that?
Oh, here we go. Cancel the Lev cancel?
Yep, so now we have a summon war going on.
Okay. Okay, this is 4K from the Genova. And I'm assuming Warlock's going to attack and shoot the Une. Or is there no attack? No, it's an attack. Okay. Alright, Milo's running out of cards over here. This is looking pretty good for Ryan. What do you got, Milo? We gotta have a good turn here. Warrior Light's in play, so we can play Chaos, but I know all your arcs are gone. Kusith on Une. Play the Une. Bouncing. Oh. Leo Minfilia. And we're playing the Chaos now. Viridian has 5 cards in deck, it looks like. I didn't catch how many are in Milo, but I think it's less. 3. Yeah. Okay. But this Warrior Light's still the biggest forward in play. I know that Viridian has Lev 6, so we can top or bottom the Chaos and then return Genova and then start attacking or return Une, either one. That puts a card back in Milo's deck, technically. But we're about to do damage anyways, so I don't think it'll matter. Viridian could have done one more damage. We could have played the Genova and then Warlight pinged the Une, technically. but I think this is still a good place to be. Milo has to win this turn, and don't think he can. Anima draws the last card. Garnet for Anima.
All right, Milo gonna go ahead and make sure he goes out on his own terms. And congrats to Ryan Chen, our Portland winner. Great run by Milo. Second place, but Ryan Chen gets to claim one of those trophies. 3-round bye. He was already, of course, qualified for nationals by being our national champion last year. But big congrats to Ryan Chen, squeaking out that game. It was, as we mentioned, it was very grindy. There are some very, very methodical matches that kind of came up.
Oh, that was
a lot.
That was, yeah. I mean, as you could tell. So, just to recap a little bit of things here. Game 1, Ryan didn't search with Ingus, right? I mean, he was going to discard, but that game came to deck out, and you could tell like he was thinking about that the whole game, because there are times where you just keep board wiping each other over and over, right? So that's just the experience in the matchup. I feel like Ryan has played Chaos Arc decks a lot, and knowing the extra cards when they don't matter, don't go for them. I think that's extra percentage points towards your side.
Absolutely.
Also, I think that great job to Milo for making it to the finals with Chaos Arc as well. I think it was kind of an underrepresented deck. I still think it has one of the highest ceilings in the game. I still think Chaos plus Arc is kind of like a devastating turn for a lot of decks out there. And good job to him as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, as you mentioned, I'm sure Viridian's experience in this matchup came into play a lot there, but that was great stuff. Was very, very exciting. All of our top cut was great. A little surprised that there was as little Chaos Arc in the top. I do think if Milo had committed a little bit more to the Chaos Arc game plan in deck construction, obviously there's some give and take there. There's some matchups where having all 6 of those can be worse. There's some times where having all 6 of them might have helped him out. I think this might have been the game to have had him, but I think Viridian navigated it really, really well.
Yeah, and congrats to Ryan Chen. He'll be getting the trophy, that Terra trophy we saw in the stream there, as well as the 3 buys. I'll be seeing him there with the 3 buys. I'm pretty excited for him.
Absolutely. Hopefully, we'll see many of you all as well. If not at Nats, at the LCQ the night beforehand.
Oh yeah.
Looking forward to a good Final Fantasy time.
So, question. Couple questions. One, what do you think of the meta represented at this event? Was like, what did you think about it? Do you think it's healthy? Do you think there was anything problematic?
I think it was healthy. I think it was fun. First and foremost, I think it was fun. Let's start.
I agree.
There's so many decks where I'm just like, oh, that's such a cool deck. Oh, it's doing its thing. Oh, that deck's doing its thing. Oh, the control player still also gets to do their thing. this is everything that I want in a format, honestly. And we get one more Materia Cup, and then we will have this as our Nats format. Definitely excited for it.
And then my second question is, which there are stats for this, but whatever. What is the one card you think represented the entire tournament, or what was the best card you think of the event?
I mean, in my heart, it's Emmett Selk. But
That's a good one.
When it comes to pretty much everything else, honestly, I think it's Lev 6. I think that's my answer.
Yeah, my answer is also Lev 6. I think the next one's honestly Mist Dragon though, but Lev 6 is up there for me.
Yeah, for sure. Leviathan 6, so many different decks were playing it. We saw it be relevant in so many different matches where, you know, it triggers bursts, etc. Now with Luna Freya in all those decks as well, the potential for hitting that off of the Luna Freya just kind of gives you more incentive to want to go ahead and play it. And I don't think people need much more incentive to already play it, but now they have it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that a lot of people showed up to this tournament with really cool brews, really cool decks, and they got really far. I think that I personally think there's not one best deck currently. It's hard to really tell after one tournament, right? But I do think that there's a couple better play styles that exist, and I think that just, you know, playing cards that go well together, flow well together, I think that's where you want to be. And there's a lot of different strategies out there that are effective that do that. So, and we saw a lot of that this weekend. It was really, really cool to watch.
Yeah, I think out of all of the top cut decks, maybe the only one I wouldn't personally be interested in is the Turbo Chaos, but everything else, I could see myself taking that to a tournament. Pretty much, they're you know, Turbo Chaos, definitely still a good deck. It's not a me deck. It is a combo. It's just I don't like being quite that all in. Congrats to Jeff for his amazing run with the deck, though. But you know, like Sam Prime's Mono Water was fantastic. I really liked some of the ideas he had in there. Never found out what the dynamic duo actually is. I think it may actually just have to refer to maybe him. I know Christian was there with him, so it may just be because they are the dynamic duo that made it out in Portland. But every other deck was just I could absolutely see myself playing that at a big event, let alone, you know, possibly Nats or something.
Yeah. What I'm curious about now, we have one more Materia Cup after this, and that's at Game Theory.
I'll be there. I'll be there shortly.
We'll see how things shake up there. But I'm very curious how many different decks come out of the woodwork with Nationals. Assuming it's like with 2-deck format and with Limit Break being separated just like your normal deck. I think that's the hardest obstacle to overcome, honestly, is the Limit Break. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not as
when it comes to sharing colors, you probably only want one of your decks to be water to an extent, because, you know, Leo, Luna Freya, etc. Those are the big limiting factors for the Limit Break deck.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited. Just this format's really kind of opened up. You still do see the best decks from the last format showing up, and that's really cool. But, you know, other archetypes are now in, and I personally thought that the Turbo Chaos deck would maybe have been too good. But I mean,
I was on the opposite side. I didn't believe in it. I didn't think it was going to be getting anywhere. Jeff proved me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Lev 6 is a really good card. I mean, it's
the second most played card. The top cut. Yeah.
And then also Luna Freya on it. That's like just amazing. But the other thing is that, like, I think a lot of people are starting to just credit to the players. I think a lot of players are getting better at this game. I think they're building better decks. I think that The top cuts, it's a lot more difficult to make top cut nowadays. I think that, just the player base as a whole, I think everybody's getting a bit better, and
Yeah.
it's showing. We do see some reappearances from people in top cuts, but we also see like newer
Some new
players.
faces.
We
Yeah.
also see people bring new archetypes and they do successful with them, and that's a good place to be in this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, just big shout out to everybody attending the event this weekend. It was fantastic. It was great that everybody was there, and I hope everybody had a really good time interacting. Always interacting with the Final Fantasy community is some of the best parts of the event. But of course, congrats to our top 16, our freshly new invited players. Um, we had Sergio, we had
Julian,
Julian.
Jeff, and Marcus.
Okay, there are 4 invites, so congrats to them. Of course, congrats to Ryan Shen for his victory and his 3-round bye.
Yeah. I think that wraps it up for us.
Yeah, and thank you to our commentary crew for getting us situated and letting us bluster until the heat death of the universe here. But we really enjoyed watching the games, commentating, and of course being here with you, Kyle, is always fun.
Oh yeah, we had a good time.
Yeah, just feels like another good weekend, just chatting about some Final Fantasy. So hopefully everybody enjoyed listening to our ramblings.
And yeah, thanks for the people working with us on the back end, and it's always a pleasure to work with you guys. We run a good team, and it's always great. And I know how difficult it can be sometimes, and appreciate you guys.
Yep. And I think with that, we'll be heading out. Thank you all, and see you at the next events.
Have a good one.